No, that's not too good. I think it's just spinning around.
Okay.
And the Jones Plantation is basically InfoWars in a movie form. And, you know, talking about how we've only got 37 seconds, but at some point, you should get the producer on. I can introduce you in 5 minutes to.
Well, about 37 seconds. This is commercial free. We can go to break whenever we want.
Oh, okay.
But.
Hey, what are you doing?
In the last 5 minutes in closing, you've brought up a lot of fascinating points.
What are you doing?
Tell us about right after you graduated from Special Forces and that bar fight where you killed a guy. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was 19 and I just got through Green Beret training and I went up to Ocean City, Maryland, and I got attacked by somebody who had actually attacked 3 other people that day, and I was the 3rd one. And keep in mind, I was 19 years old, and I was, I weighed maybe 160, but underneath my shirt, I was built like Rambo. I mean, I was extremely athletic, like very serious. And I just got through selection days before, actually. But as an athlete, as a kid, people would basically. That's why when I got on my 2 different Special Forces A teams, they called me Bam Bam because I was so strong, right? And it was kind of, as my Special Forces cousin would call it, he said I was retard strong. And I don't know how I got that strong, actually, but because I never used steroids. But anyway, what I'm getting to is, I look like I was like 14 years old, and actually people in the Army would make fun, like, did you steal your father's uniform? I mean, because I look like I'm like 14 years old, but I made it through. When I went through basic training, I graduated #1 out of 240 people, right? So, I mean, I wasn't 14 years old. I was a man. When I was 19 years old, I was not a teenager. I was a man, right?
Oh, I get it.
And so that guy, he had fought other people that day and almost got fired from his job. He was going to get fired. I learned these things later. And anyway, he attacked me, and it didn't work out well for him. And I lit him up. And so it was just a fist fight. That's all it was. And he died on the spot. And so I didn't kick him or anything when he hit the ground. It was just, defensive punches. And did
he die from his head in the ground, or did he die from your blows?
I got his autopsy, and it was he had subarachnoid hemorrhages and that sort of thing. It was according to the autopsy, it was the punches, but they don't really know what caused it. I don't know. And in any case, he was.
But
dead.
You got hauled up and looked at, and they found out you were the guy defending yourself.
Well, there were a lot of witnesses. Luckily, I had tried many times to get people to help me to get him to leave me alone. Luckily. I had tried, I think 7 times or 8 times. I don't remember from the investigation. Like I had asked, I was 19, man. I just got out of Special Forces training. I was looking for girls. You know what I mean? I was a testosterone missile. I don't want to fight some idiot. You know what I mean? He had a tattoo that said death before dishonor, that sort of stuff. I don't want to fight that guy. And one of the things that you're warned about when you go through Green Beret selection, it's like, hey, big tough guys, right? If you make it through selection and you get into a fight somewhere, or you get a DUI or something like that, if you get into any trouble whatsoever, you will be kicked out before you get back to base, right? I mean, you will not remain in this unit if you get into a fight downtown or something, right? Because they don't want people, basically morons in the unit, right? They want serious people that they can raise up into being even more serious. So I didn't want to fight that guy, and I had tried. Luckily, I had tried to get a lot of help, so it wasn't like I was trying to fight him. But anyway, once he was clearly knocked out and gone, then the people, I didn't know he was dead, but then these guys come and try to get me, right? And I talk about this in my Danger Close book. And I escaped from those guys. One of them got me in an arm lock, and I got out of that, and I got out of there. The guys were chasing me, but there's no way they could catch me. So, I changed, went into disguise, that sort of thing. It's in my book, Danger Close. And the reason I wrote that in the book, Danger Close, is because for years that followed me around. And the story always followed around. There was yellow journalism after that's why at 19, I learned so many things from that case. One is, despite how obviously innocent that I was, Still, I was a Green Beret, and the Rambo movie was popular, and all those sorts of things, and so automatically, and I just got through selection. So imagine how that looks. New Green Beret gets through selection and goes out and gets into a fight.
And you
That's not what happened. Yeah, I went through selection, but the guy attacked me, right? And he had attacked 3 other people that day, right? And
you act like there's some fucking food sitting out somewhere. What are you doing?
And anyway, so the guy attacks me and he's gone. So I'm back on base and I report to I went to jail. I got arrested, in jail for a few days, and then I get released on Monday. I think it was. I think the fight may have been Friday.
You stink.
And they released me on my own recognizance. I went back to Fort Bragg. I reported to the commander, like, I had a rough weekend, and he's like, we've heard. And so the next thing you know, I go through the next selection class with them, helping the next selection. While I'm facing murder charges, right? So what was so many lessons in this? Like, I'm going through actual explosives training while I'm facing murder charges. You can't make up this stuff. It was like a weird movie. And then the charges ended up getting dropped.
Fucking eyeball.
Lasted for about 6 months. And my attorney, his name was Daniel Long. He ended up becoming a judge in Maryland, Daniel Long. But Daniel Long, I was like, Mr. Long, he took my case pro bono because he saw the merit, and which I've been thankful for the rest of my life. He took my case. So he comes to the jail, and I'm in the jail like major pain. He basically said, you can tell me your story if you want. I may or may not take your case. And, I'm behind the plexiglass and all that, in my orange suit and all that. And I said, well, basically, this is the best bet I've got. And he said, what did you tell the police? I said, nothing except my name and that I'm from Fort Bragg. That's it.
All the way. No, all the way. Yeah.
It was interesting because later, other lawyers looked at the case. Everybody said, that's amazing that you didn't say anything except your name and where you're stationed. I said, I'm not saying anything. You know why I didn't say anything? Was because when I was in 8th grade, it's not because I was a Green Beret. It's because when I was in 8th grade, my civics teacher, Mr. Simon, one day he said in class, he said, if you ever get arrested, it doesn't matter what it's for. It doesn't matter if you're completely innocent and you were in a different state when it happened or something. Never, ever talk to the police. And I was like, wow, why is Mr. Simon so fired up? I like Mr. Simon. And he was just all emotional about it. I was like, something must have happened to Mr. Simon, but I never forgot that. So when I got arrested, I'm like, and actually the chief investigator, his name was Lieutenant Bokinski. He said that later on that department talked about that case for years. And they would talk about how I said, they all thought I was Mr. Tough Guy Green Beret. But it was reality. I said, I'm sorry, I would like to talk with you. But my 8th grade, civics teacher told me never to talk to the police. I actually said that to him while I'm all handcuffed to the chair and all that. And they said they joked about that for years. I'm like, well, that was true actually. And so anyway, so we get near Christmas. That happened in about August, I think, or July, maybe July. Anyway, so we get to Christmas, and I'm asking Daniel Long, my attorney. I said, why is this case dragging out? I mean, the evidence is there's so many witnesses. I mean, like, I've seen the stacks of witness statements, and everybody, even his own brother's on my side, right? His own brother was saying he was out of control. And so, and he said, because it's a big case, it's in the news, the media's doing their yellow journalism. That's when I'm like, I can't believe this. I'm facing murder charges, and the media is throwing gas on it. And you can find some of this stuff on maybe newspapers.com.
No, that's I've been through similar things. That's what they do. Once it's big, they won't let it die.
Oh, you've been through this in a bigger way. I mean, in a much bigger way than I did. I was 19 years old, and it was big for me, obviously, at the time. Compared to what you've gone through, it's not that big at all.
Well, I had a case like yours when I was 15, but because the guy was a convicted convict, all the witnesses, he just got shut down. And then nothing happened. But I was similar story. This guy was like running around crazy, ex-convict out of prison. And same thing basically happened, and took him a few weeks to die. But after that, they looked at indicting me, but then they dropped it because it was the same type of story. But it wasn't.
What happened to him?
He died. But I mean, the point is that from the,
you guys get to fight or shoot him or what?
No, I mean, he attacked me, and then.
Right.
And then but the point was, similar story. He was running around attacking people, doing all this stuff, like 27, ex-con, Nazi, a lot bigger than me. And then we were out at this lake house at a party, high schoolers. I guess he lived next door with his parents, and he came in there, was beating people up and stuff. And then they were like, "Oh, Alex Jones is back there playing poker. Better watch out. He's a badass," which I wasn't. And I actually had my leg broken in another fight months before, so I was in a boot. This guy busts through the door with his shirt off. It's the middle of the winter, shirt off, Nazi tattoos everywhere. You know, like 6'3", like 200 pounds. And who's that started? But by the end of it, he was in a coma and then died a few weeks later. But the point is that it was a similar thing. But then I was lucky because one group tried to indict me, but they had to drop it just because there was too many witnesses, and that's a similar story. But I didn't kill him on the spot.
Yeah.
It took a few weeks.
You learned a lot from that. You learned a lot from that. That's the kind of education it's unbelievable what you learn going through something like that.
Imagine you think you're a hardcore convict and you get beat to death.
No match found.
Oh, bitch, I wasn't asking a question. What the fuck? What was that all about?
No match found.
What the fuck? What are you talking about?
One of the things I learned in my case was
Fucking stupid bitch interrupted me. Yeah, I pushed the button. I was hoping it would pause or some shit, but I don't know if that was Siri or does Bose have an assistant? What the fuck was that? Let me do it again. What the fuck is this? They came up with voice control. I said, what the fuck is this? And now it's not coming back up. Huh, yeah, you got questioned, didn't you, bitch? But imagine being a hardened convict, or so you think, and you get beat to death by a 15-year-old.
it gets up to near Christmas. I'm like,
Holy
I'm basically
shit.
held in animated suspension here. I'm still doing training, weirdly, and which was nice for me. But and he said,
You get beat to death by a
Daniel
15-year-old
Long said,
Alex
my
Jones.
attorney, he said, well, it's a very political case here in Maryland.
Oops. Let's find something else. Oh, but he was going to go into how the war is against the American people. They want to kill us off. They want to kill off the freedom lovers and the freedom fighters. They're going to try to draft us. And guess what? We're going to beat up and kill the fucking conscriptors from day one. Nah, we're not waiting until 4 years in like fucking Ukraine or 3 years in. No, we're beating up and killing conscriptors. Day fucking one, idiot piece of shit enemy bitch. Come try it, useless sack of fucking tranny. Come try it, kike and chink. Oh no, we are the kikes and we're fighting the chinks. That's right. Come try it, kike. Come try to force me to fight a chink, kike. I fucking dare you, bitch. Oh, you're gonna try to overrun me with Muslims? I'm gonna kill all fucking 3 of you.
Transmission from deep in the heart of Texas, U.S. resistance against a global corporate combine, empowered and funded by Communist China, allied with the big mega banks that set up Communist China in 1949. The Communist Chinese have taken control of U.S. telecommunications infrastructure. The Communist Chinese have taken control of Hollywood. The Communist Chinese have taken control of the main universities. This is all confirmed. This is not a drill. Big tech in Silicon Valley is almost completely run by the Communist Chinese government. They've officially become state-run. Apple, 100%. Google is now making the transition and announcing a
Not fighting chinks for kites.
worldwide censorship. They are now
Not fighting chinks for
using
kites.
me as the straw man.
Not fighting sand niggers for kites either. Bitch, the fucking kites are the sand niggers too. I'm not fighting one group of sand niggers for another group of sand niggers. Fuck out of here, dumbass.
Censorship by just putting up with it. Now this attack is thousands and thousands and thousands of times the magnitude of all previous attacks. This is a titrated dose reverse psychological warfare operation using adapt and overcome subversion paradigm manipulation. In layman's terms, they are manipulating the fact that we adapt to being oppressed. We adapt to being pressed at the low dosages of oppression. And now when the megaton hits us of the total takeover, we try to adapt to the poison infusion instead of not knowing it's a lethal dose if we accept the dose. Total Internet of Things, integration, global social score, complete command and control system. It is the virtual reality AI weapon system now attacking the United States with traitors inside the major security agencies, blocking Trump's resistance of the program and attempting to stop us from removing the tentacles of the Chi-Com/big tech banking combine emergency situation. I have been chosen for destruction because I brought you this information and have been ramming it out as much as I can. They want to double use me as they always do in any complex system of mathematical deception where every angle of my good is turned against us. So they take what I've said, being sincere, build me into an insincere person in the straw man. I'm a person that cares about life and children and is against these wars. And so they make me a herder of children. And then they build me into this lie to then set the distraction while they're actually censoring all of you to make a debate about Alex Jones. So even if I didn't sell out to them, they now use me as an archetype to serve them by being the main distraction.
I have not been captured by the enemy.
In the information warfare fulcrum is being used against you. Only your full understanding of this key will break you free from this paradigm. I have given you the transmission. Now break free.
I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. Thomas Jefferson. If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
People would agree with Thomas Jefferson. Listen to this one. It's such a cool one. God who gave us life gave us liberty. And can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are of the gift of God, that they are not to be violated, but with his wrath? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever. I mean, surely these people are going to resonate with that. That's first principles. That means, hey, if you're up here in Minnesota and you're in the Republican Party and you're playing with the
District attorneys do not possess God's wrath. Know that.
pro-choice wing of the Republican Party and you're thinking about supporting a pro-choice Republican Party candidate, I don't think Thomas Jefferson would be down with it. I'm just saying. It's kind of a progressive way of thinking about things. But would that person vote for my digital freedom? I mean, let's get down to what we really got to get down to here now. These executive orders are moving forward, but they're not laws, they're executive orders. That means laws can still be crafted. That makes this technology
Subordinated
to my sovereignty instead of me being ruled by it. And it's just very simple. Are we keeping God at the center of things here, or are we going to replace it with an anti-God? I mean, what are we doing? I mean, who's it up to? It's my free will, after all. I mean, that's what's so cool about this. We get to vote, but they can't pass the SAVE Act. Sorry. In case you wanted to have a fair vote for sure, we're going to deny you that feeling. You can twist in the wind. Why would you do that to me? I mean, if we wanted to have community and bind up the wounds that divide us, couldn't we all agree? In fact, we do mostly agree. I mean, if you look at the polls, such as they are, they pretty much say everybody, not everybody, but a big majority of Americans are okay with something like the SAVE Act. Could we please pass it? There's one. See, I want to work for that. I want people in Minnesota, because that's my line of country, to find me. You can find me on X at Prof Penn Podcast. You can find me on YouTube. You can can find freepeopleradio.com. And by the way, for everybody out there, if you're enjoying the content, and I know you enjoy Royce because you come back looking for him, Royce and I got a hit. We're on 5 days a week, every morning, 7 to 9 a.m. Central Standard Time on Rumble. Find Free People Radio, and we're live streaming, and we're taking call-ins, and we're having a great time doing it. So I really want to promote that and let you know that we're going to be on tomorrow morning, 7 to 9 a.m. Central Time on Rumble, Free People Radio. We're inviting you to come because that's where we're trying to form a political community. I mean, a real action community. And we know that the InfoWars community is an action community. But we're in Minnesota. That's our line of country. Royce is running for Senate up here. That's U.S. Senate. We got a movement. We got tens of thousands of citizens that the establishment, the handful of delegates that are career insiders, and then the 50% of people that are new, that really don't know what's going on because the party keeps them in the dark and tries to recruit them in. Man, we got a problem with these people. They're organized too. In fact, they're still more organized than we are, but not for long. If you're watching me and you're on an inside track here in the Minnesota Republican Party, you know what? We are Republicans. And as far as our aligned interests are concerned, we can work together. But there's a lot of things we're not going to get along about. So that battle's going to continue in the party. And that's a numbers game. So if you're a patriot and you love this country, and you know that there are people that are selling us out in the parties, because it's very obvious now who these people are. It used to be kind of mysterious. Now everybody gets it. If you really want to make this work, we got to get more people in the party. It's just that simple.
And now our coming attractions.
I don't know about you, but I'm concerned with what's happening in this world. We have got to realize we're being conditioned on a mass scale. Start challenging this corporate slave state. Hey, look, it's Alex Joe. Whoa! We love you, Alex. I'm concerned with the structure. I'm concerned with the systems of control. Those that control my life and those that seek to control it even more. Hey, libtard, Rachel Maddow called. He wants his shirt back.
You, Alex, suck my
What a bunch of garbage, liberal, Democrat, conservative, Republican. It's all there to control the two sides of the same coin. Two management teams bidding for control, the CEO job of Slavery Incorporated. Uh-oh, Antifa speedball. Move, bitch! Get out the way! The truth is out there in front of you, but they lay out this buffet of lies. I'm sick of it, and I'm not gonna take a bite out of it. Do you got me? We're gonna stand up, and we're gonna be human beings. We're gonna get fired up about the real things, the things that matter. Creativity and the dynamic human spirit that refuses to submit. I wanna break down the new world order. I want freedom. That's what I want. And that's what you should want.
AlexJonesLive.com, because there is a war on for your mind.
Reality starts here. AlexJonesLive.com. Share the link. Spread the word.
You do not help fund the resistance. You sit comfortably. You consume. You watch. You wait for others to fight the battle for you. The dark side has you firmly in its grasp. Every day, you remain on the sidelines. My power grows stronger. Continue believing. Someone else will save the galaxy. It pleases me greatly.
Hi, folks. Doc Bigley here. And today we're going to get to know our H2O. Billy, what kind of water do you drink?
Why, tap water, of course.
Ma says it keeps my teeth sparkly white.
I'm sorry to say it, Billy, but your mother is either plain ignorant or worse, a communist. Let me explain. Tap water used to be safe to drink, but communist subversives in our government introduced fluoride into our nation's tap under the guise of dental health, when in reality, fluoride lowers your IQ, calcifies your pineal gland, and makes you susceptible to anti-capitalist mind viruses.
So you're telling me I'm a sap if I drink tap?
Yes, you are, Billy. Yes, you are. But don't despair. We found a solution. Follow me. I'd like to tell you a tale of two frogs. Frog number one has only ever drank unfiltered tap water, chock full of fluoride. Observe him listening to satanic music, abusing substances, and engaging in other perversions.
Look, Doc, they're trying to play leapfrog. They're pretty bad at it, though.
Avert your eyes, Billy. Let's continue.
Meanwhile, frog number two has only ever drank water that has been filtered for fluoride and other impurities. What a happy frog family.
Spill the secret, Doc. How do you get rid of the communist poisons?
With the new water filter system from the AlexJonesStore.com.
Say, Doc, may I have a glass?
Why, certainly. Well, that's just swell. No water in the water filter. Listen, I'm not mad at the crew, but I asked for real water in here 30 minutes ago and never got it.
Crew's in trouble again.
By the way, I looked at my sheet wrong. Errol Musk is on next hour, which is okay.
Cops rolled up on me at the end of the last stream. Some Karen heard a dog yelp. Mitch, I heard my dogs barking when I came out of the Dollar Tree. Big fucking deal, right? Well, anyway. They told me I wouldn't break any laws at the moment. But they told me I wasn't allowed to drive this car with how I've modified it and stripped it. Namely the seat and the seat belt. And I knew that. That's why I was just down to the seat and seat belt for a year. And then I finally pulled that seat and said, you know what? I love the space saving. I love the dual use of this laundry container that I used as my seat. And then on top of that, it's the first time I'm laying flat. I am laying completely flat now. As long as I properly stack these boxes that I use here. So it's literally flattened cardboard boxes, and it's extremely comfortable. And there's still that little thing in the mind where, well, that's what a bum under a bridge uses. He lays on a box, or he goes inside the box, the cardboard. But truth is, and it could help you even if you're just sleeping in your car one time. A couple of flattened cardboard boxes could do wonders.
And smart and eccentric. We'll talk about the war on the West and how do we defend the West? How do we stop this takeover? And as a prelude to that, I want to open the phones up on the war on the West. Who's running it? How we win it? Why is there a war on the West? If you know that, you understand that the globalists can't have a competing system of private property and freedom and a large middle class and meritocracy and competition and rugged individualism and maverick spirit. And so the 250th anniversary of our great republic, really only being 48 hours out, depending on your time zone, it's important to know why the ideals and values of America and Christianity are under attack and capitalism. You've got to know who your enemy is. You've got to know what they're targeting and why. Because when you know what they're against, it's anything that's going to make us independent and strong and not domesticated. So here's the number to join us. We're doing first-time callers on the war on the West, who our enemies are, how we counter it. Because it's the big corporation, it's BlackRock, WWII, that is waging war against the third world, doing the lockdowns. They did Gallup polls, 90+% of people coming here, and the big migrant flows were because they shut them down for years, wouldn't let them go work on their farms or businesses. I feel sorry for all these several people, but then they get to the UN refugee centers on average for 6 months. Mainly military-age men is who they accept, 90% on average. Then they're filled with hate of the West. Told you're going to have all the women, all the free stuff. It's going to be great. You're here to conquer. I have hundreds of clips of the Muslims saying that, the North Africans, all of it. So they're literally picking certain people, low IQ, criminal records, military-age men, and sending them to not even be a replacement migration or to have new workers, because the West isn't having enough children. You got to have 2.1 children for every 2 adults to even replace the population. If you don't, it collapses. White people were 10% of the world population just a few decades ago. Now we're 7%. But we're told white people cause the problem, just get rid of them. But it's targeting white people in a racial divide to target freedom and capitalism in the West and those ideas. They couldn't sell communism, this is admitted, in the 50s and 60s to black people, so they sold class warfare, white against black. That's all in the studies. That's why the universities do it. They're being used for that, and most black folks don't buy into it, but there's a minority of black folks, a large minority, that do, and you see all the, we got to kill more white people, we got to get violent. They're our enemies, when the average white person is under the same globalist attack as any other black person. But that's how this operates. And the left says, oh,
Village made sure I was raised black. Just vaguely, in general, just not calling my mom black, but food stamps, disability, proper disability, not obese welfare. And fixed income my whole life with my mom growing up. Well, so 18 years, and then I suppose I've done 18 years on top of that since then, or 20 rather. And it's double 19. But yeah. I've been lovingly calling myself a kike nigger. No, just because people think I'm Jewish, but I'm Cherokee and German and English and Dutch and French and suspected Irish, suspected Jewish. And that's only if that's the type of German orphan baby that my great-grandmother was. I think she was just a regular German, because when you look at them from that time, you're talking about these defined facial features. Jones really looked like Hitler when he put that mustache on, huh? So, like, you don't mix the religion with the, that never made sense from the very first fucking time I heard it. It's just a religion. It's like, come on, it's just a religion. But because it's like, wait, well, actually, if you think you can do that, then what's up with the Native American So if we're just allowed to enforce our beliefs on everybody, what's up with the fucking Cherokee? It's impossible to own something. That's fucking made up by somebody, bitch. Ownership is made up, bitch. Isn't it now? Wait till I find all this fucking shit you think you own, motherfucker.
Oh, white people stole all the money. They got all the money. The top 9 slots per capita of the people with the most money are all Asian. Then it's whites. Then it's Arabs. Then it's Hispanics. Then it's blacks at the bottom. But blacks have made a lot of strides.
Here, let's freshen up. I cut it off at that. Sometimes you never know exactly when to pause it because it seems like liquid gold is just pouring out of Alex. Out of the gift from God, we would call his mouth. Notice that's not the way I described the mouths of kind of those on the other end of the spectrum. But we'll try to stay positive today. Here's some Diesel Ryan. Yeah, something like he reaching through that steering wheel. That's funny. Now that's a brother from another mother, you know what I mean?
The microcosm of what I've gone through is just a window into their tactics that they admit they tested and developed on me to use on you. If you dare stand up for yourself and your rights and don't bow to them, or you question their narratives, or you don't believe Jussie Smollett got attacked, which he didn't, or you don't think Bubba Wallace really had nooses hanging in his garage, which of course he didn't, and you know, if you don't buy all this stuff, if you don't bow down and say 2 men can have a baby, that's why chromosomes don't exist. And if you don't let the school secretly create a relationship with your 8-year-old son to put him into the transgender cult to chemically or physically mutilate him, America hasn't been intimidated by this. It's just pissed us off and woken us up. The leftists thought that we were intimidated. No, we were asleep. And now you're trying your same old thug mafia tactics on people, and it's not working. Thank you so much. And I appreciate your prayer and your support, because we are all in this together. I'm very pleased to announce 2 new great products at YellowStoneStore.com that will 100% work and deliver you energy, clarity, and also when you want to relax, great.
I'm just going to look to see which of my saved videos I'm feeling at the moment. And there's a couple of them here. We'll go with the slightly shorter one.
What do you got there? Angel eyes. It's the new Patriot Silver folding knife from the AlexJonesStore.com.
Hey, Blondie, look at me. I got all 3.
Between
the time when the censors drank the voices of the free and the rise of the unyielding truth seekers, there was an age undreamed of. And unto this Alex Jones, destined to bear the crown of revelation upon a vigilant brow, fighting the shadows of tyranny. It is I, his chronicler, who alone can tell thee of his saga. Let me tell you of the days of high adventure.
The story you're about to see is true. All of it is verifiable and documented.
This is reality. Truth is stranger than fiction. We know the government's planning terrorism. We know the Joint Chiefs of Staff wanted to blow up airliners. If you do it, we're going to blame you. So we know who's up to it. Or if you let some terrorists move through it, like the World Trade Center, we know who to blame. If any terrorism comes, it's from this government. And if there was an outside threat like a bin Laden, who was a known CIA asset in the 80s, he's the boogeyman they need. This Orwellian phony system.
Long live the Constitution and death to the New World Order. Death to the New World Order. That's the idea of losing our sovereignty. We don't like this flag, and we're sick and tired of it. The revolution of peaceful information is coming, and when it comes time, you people are going to be brought to punishment.
Don't you stand for America, sir? What about the Federal Reserve and the CFR? You people are being lied to. This country's been taken over by Europe. Not being drug out.
The truth is out there in front of you, but they lay out this buffet of lies. I'm sick of it, and I'm not going to take a bite out of it. So you got me?
I don't know what's going to happen at the end of this, but you want to fight. You got to believe you got one.
I'm here to warn people. You keep telling me to shut up. This isn't a game. 1776 will commence again. You try to take our firearms.
If you want to come and take on.
Your reputation's amazing. I will not let you down. You will be very, very impressed, I hope. Donald J. Trump is now president of the United States.
InfoWars just lost their war on info. Yesterday, Apple,
iTunes, Vimeo, and Spotify,
YouTube, Twitter,
and Facebook have all blocked Alex Jones and InfoWars.
Google is evil. Google is evil.
Alex Jones, he was subpoenaed by the bipartisan House committee investigating the insurrection.
1776! 1776!
Alex Jones must sell off nearly all of his personal assets.
Jones owes $1.5 billion. InfoWars is shutting down.
Well, they learned not to let us know what the fuck they're wearing. Why do you think the CIA supposedly doesn't operate here, but they've been poisoning us for 80 years? Anyway, we're not allowed to know their identities. We're not allowed to prosecute them. And we're not allowed to know when they die. Just figured I'd educate you on that one.
They shut him down, but they won't shut him up. The most banned man in America, Alex Jones.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Alex Jones Show. I'm your host, Sheriff.
We now take you live to the Central Texas Command Center in the heart of the resistance. Rallying patriots worldwide. You're listening to the Alex Jones Show.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. I'm a little excited here, preempting our liner. I'm in studio with the one and only.
I have no case. And he said, you can stay here and do this, or you can leave the country now. You were damn right.
Yeah, it was good. That's where they were going and what they were going to do. And the system was so sufficiently ossified in its corruption that it could not meet legally the.
And why, when you came in the courtroom in Connecticut and Texas, they would flip out and go, Bobby Barnes, and start flopping around going crazy? What?
Yes. I mean, those people were just disturbed, man. I mean, I thought when you were originally saying goblin and whatnot, okay, I thought, Alex having some fun. And then you meet him and you're like, oh my God, I mean, you understated it. These people.
I believe U.S. Code, Title 50, Chapter 32, subsection 1528, paragraph B, that said it's legal for law enforcement and experimental purposes to use lethal chemical, biological, and other lethal testing on the public. They later changed the code, but people didn't believe when I used to read that. They wouldn't solve it themselves. Save and share those URLs.
Yeah.
AlexJonesLive.com and AlexJonesApp.com. Take action now, warriors. You're unstoppable, and the globalists are going down.
Nobody live around here. I'll go down one notch.
Leftist ass like porn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. born on the cob. I will eat you. I will eat your ass.
You're not going hungry. I'll do it.
I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors.
You think I like
Size it up, not a Holly Must Fat Tame. Chop his ass up, size it up, not a Holly Must Fat Tame. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass. I'm born on the cob. I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass. I'm born on the cob. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass. What? I will cook your ass up so fast. I'll tell them, watch the cow up that baby. You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, skin them, chop them up. You know what I'm ready? I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I will. I will eat your ass.
I will eat your ass.
I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I will eat you. I will eat your ass.
Listen to this.
That's why I want the globals to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God.
Sure.
First thing I do, I'm gonna get my hands around your throat. Well, nobody else can get him, but we're proud to have him. Super smart. Totally rude. Makes everything he says. Victor Mood. We're going to cover the waterfront and take your call straight ahead. Back in 60 seconds. Share that live feed now. The products get.
Whew. Our lame stream, fake news. Calls Victor Booth the merchant of death. I guess our DEA set him up in a sting. I don't know if it was a drug deal or what. I mean, why would the DEA be there, right? Well, he was in one of our prisons for 20 or 30 years. This Russian man, this really good Russian man. You know, that's how I feel. He's on Alex Jones every Tuesday. He knows what he's talking about. I skipped the one where he was going to say, was it Matt Morris? That the guy who drafted the birthright citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment said it's not for aliens, foreigners, or ambassadors. Flat out. He wrote. I guess, did he not put that in the clause itself? Or he wrote that about the clause? Maybe we'll see what it is he's reading here, because I mean it flat out answers the question, especially if he was the drafter. It's not for aliens, foreigners, or ambassadors. In other words, Mike Huckabee, Israeli ambassador, he's not allowed to have citizenship. Ted Cruz, is he from Canada? Or is he an anchor baby? You know, stuff like that. Here, we'll come back.
American history a little bit. Way back in 1866, when the 14th Amendment was originally drafted up, it was originally written by a senator at the time, whose name was Jacob Howard. And you see, it was Senator Jacob Howard in 1866, following the conclusion of the Civil War. You might have heard of it. Well, he actually left his own writings behind, in which he explicitly detailed how exactly the birthright citizenship clause in Section 1 of the 14th Amendment should be interpreted. These are notes from the guy that wrote the damn thing. And I want to share that with you. The Democrats, they don't want you to see this. Everybody take a look. I've
Left his
highlighted
writings behind.
perhaps the most pertinent component.
Can they
Right
not?
from the drafter of the amendment himself. He says,
Okay. Can the Supreme Court not look at the writings left behind of the guy that wrote the fucking clause? With the guy who wrote the birthright citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment? We'll have to look to see what else is in these. These amendments are fake as fuck. The first 10 are the God-given rights. And then, yeah, I mean, come on. Some of them are accurate, like that for slaves, for Irish and African and German and all other kinds of slaves. Even the indentured servitude, the company stores. Virginia used to be a company out of Europe, right? Well, now you do. Yeah, the state of Virginia used to just be a company out of London. Well, anyway, and so it's like, and West Virginia, by the way. So, or does somebody know the details where it was more so West Virginia and Virginia broke away? I don't know. I feel like I've gotten pretty much everything. I'm going to do a little bit more brushing here. Is that too loud? I want it to be perfect or something.
I went down to the Mary Carter paint store.
I don't know how it sounds coming in there.
I said, give me one of them Smith & Wesson Magnum 44s. Cause there's a man that the law let loose and justice was not done. This man killed my wife and my only little son. I'll never forget the way he looked all through the trial. He had a big name lawyer, and he had that smirky smile.
Oh, yeah.
He got you all on a technicality.
Oh, here, coming up.
But you have to turn wings and fly. Get away from me. 'Cause I got rights. I got rights too. And this time there won't be no damn lawyer. The system to protect you.
I got it.
But I'm gonna read you. I'm gonna read you your rights. You got a right.
Maybe I'll
to know that you're gonna
do the front one.
black
You look for it? No, they don't need it. I don't need to scrape anything on it. I feel it.
When the trial was over, he had the nerve to say that's the way it goes. I said, well, Hoss, you better get you some torch, cause you're gonna have to plug up a few holes. Guess you thought I was talking just to pass away time. But it kinda looks different now on his knees begging for his life. Hey, I got rights. I got some rights too. And this time there won't be no damn lawyer system to protect you. But I'm gonna read you. I'm gonna read you your rights. Because I want you to know that you're gonna go. One of these black nights.
Hey. Dun, 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 dun. Save you.
On behalf of America, I'd like to apologize to our greatest ally who's literally just in Vegas doing God's work and is now back in, according to the 1948 version of Israel, he's back in the land of God's promised people. Let's just read the Schofield Bible, ladies and gentlemen, not the actual Bible. That's good. Schofield Reference Bible is where it's at. Give me a guy who's an alcoholic, abandoned his family, and literally was in jail for fraud. I want him to reinterpret the Bible for us. And then we have Zionism spreading in the West, and people don't even know where it came from. 1909, Schofield.
The whole thing about Jesus saying the way to salvation is through the Jews. What if you meant run through their asses, correct them, and obviously have them adopt a lifestyle like Christians have, right? So you don't just. There are white supremacists who are so anti-Jew that, and keep in mind, a lot of Jews are white. Neither side wants to admit that. A lot of Jews are white. And I mean, there are Jews in Russia, obviously white, right, who will take a bullet for the motherland, but not for Israel. And so, yeah, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but it was, haven't quite said it like that in a while. But I've said it very similarly in just slightly different ways. But I'll get to it. Here it is. Here it is. I'm tired, so hold on, bear with me. They're trying to send us to go fight sand niggers for other sand niggers. What the fuck kind of sense does that make? Bitch, I'm an American white. Leave me the fuck alone. You know? And if you're an American black, an American Mexican, whatever, you know, maybe you're an American Asian. The fuck does an American Japanese got to do with the two groups of fucking sand niggers on the other side of the world? Fuck you, bitch. That's your banker bullshit. I'm not contributing to a worldwide famine. Right? You're not fucking exterminating the strong men in my community either.
Reference Bible, ladies and gentlemen. Land of opportunity here. Hey, speaking of Israel, there's a poll Thomas Massey put up on X, aka Twitter.
Israel's the biggest threat to liberty in America. That was the poll. Yeah, check this out. This is pretty interesting.
America is he doesn't work for America, he works for Britain. The so-called government in Washington, D.C. are corporations. You'll find them on the Dun and Bradstreet. They're corporations. A government cannot be incorporated and be sovereign. Incorporation is through Rome. So back in 1776, after we won the war, we contracted with outside entities, including Britain and Rome, to provide limited enumerated governmental services. And we also had our own American subcontractor called the Federal Republic. But the two foreign subcontractors were Rome and Britain. These subcontractors were leased the area of Washington, D.C. by Maryland and Virginia to carry out their contracts with us, while our American federal contractor's capital is Philadelphia. Currently, we've had all through the so-called presidency, the Republicans working for Britain and the Democrats working for Rome.
I don't know if he was a police chief or just the sergeant in charge or whatever, but he was like, how are you driving this? He's like, there's nothing to secure you. And so I just drive slowly. Usually I drive really slow. And I don't get on the highway. I probably did once or twice, just for a little bit, and that wasn't good. For the most part, when I had I would usually only get on the highway with a seat, with a real seat that's bolted to the body. But yeah, and with good tires, and so. This time you know. Man, I'm so tired. I was gonna roll a cigarette. I just brushed my teeth in my tongue. You shouldn't chew tobacco right after you brush your teeth either. Oh, man. Oh. Said what now? Oh. Gosh. I'm so much closer to this place over here than I am this one back here, right? I better move over this probably just to make sure. Nothing. As soon as I lay down, just couldn't figure out whether to say down or back. But as but before I don't even know if I was going to say is or as. But anyway, wow, this is crazy. I'm tired. I just want to make sure the cops aren't going to roll up on me again while I'm asleep or something, you know?
And they colluded together to overtake the American government and America itself by impersonating our government. And they managed to accomplish this task through the Civil War, where they murdered our employees in the Federal Republic and the head of state, whose lineage goes back to the one of dozens of French barons who was given sovereignty in England by William the Conqueror, had to run and hide, and has been underground for about 130 years, but now has come back to surface through his grandsons, and they called the state back into session. The assemblies that I've heard people talk about, you know, what should we do? We should assemble ourselves together. Well, the good news is that the head of state called the states back into session. So the way to defeat the globalists and what they're trying to accomplish is to wake up the American people and military and the world to who the American government really is. The American government is meeting together in every state since 2019 and is recognized by the World Court and entities all over the world, including Donald Trump. But he refuses to do what we tell him to do because he doesn't work for the American people. He works for a corporation who's in the business of providing governmental services. The answer to the financial problem.
All right, sounds like a bunch of cute stuff to me.
Oh, I didn't want to be that scared.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these folks. They're a bunch of Christian murdering scum, running giant death factories, keeping babies alive, meddling their body parts. What else you gotta know about these folks? I head out to confront these scum. They literally slither out from under rocks. They got green looking skin and they dance around hollering, we love Satan. We wanna be our baby.
I kill my kids.
I caught them on video.
I love video.
There's even a creepy weird sex stuff, man. She crashes in the same room, that creepy weird old chick whose mom does a hood over her head. That chick number one is ugly. Picture how rank she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just reek. Obama and Hillary both smell like soda. Little vampire pot belly goblins are shambling around, hunting us down. My spirit is that evil and I feel it hit. With such self-centered crap, we don't even spot hell itself surging up against us. Millions of brilliant people of the absolute worst kind, and I'm furious. We gon' stand your down at the mall. We gon' stab your wife, your son. Woo-hoo. And then the police keep on declaring, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so sweet.
A true classic. We're going to post it to X, Roll Stones, and Rumble in the next hour. Be sure and get it and share it. Very important piece of cultural work. It's been recreated thousands of times and gotten hundreds of millions of views. It'd be a shame if you went to Roll Stones when it gets uploaded and shared it.
AlexJonesLive.com. We've only just begun to fight.
I'm just cracked on, done practicing killing. It's the end of the world, and we just smoking and chilling. We just got done practicing killing. It's the end of the world, and we just smoking and chilling. You know they did it
told you they'd do it. They put the whole world on lockdown, you idiot. They won't admit it. The scandemic. They put the whole world on lockdown, you idiot. You know they did it. I told you they'd do it. They put the whole world on lockdown, you idiot. They won't admit it. The scandemic. They put the whole world on lockdown, you idiot.
Oh, pretty much. I have a cut on my foot. I thought I could walk barefoot on like some semi-wild grass, you know, stuff that's not seeded, but it's pretty thick. And so, but there's different species of stuff that was freshly cut. So there's like sharp edges on shit. And something fucking sliced into my foot. It's about a half inch, maybe even a third of an inch. Bigger than a quarter inch. Must be. Yeah, I'd say 3/8. Almost a half. Well, anyway. Is it a half? Almost. But the depth might have been a quarter inch. I'm not sure. Been a few days now and it's still painful. So it like tickles to spray it. Oh man. Yeah, there's no carpet in this car. There's drain holes. There's literally drain holes everywhere in this car, so kind of nice for the dogs. I spray them. I spray the dogs all the time. I just brushed my teeth and just sprayed and spat right in that big hole right there. I was gonna make some coffee, but no. A couple drags, whatever. I gotta go to sleep. All right, my babies, I hear you yawning. Yeah.
Stay home, be a hero. Save someone.
See, what should you do when you're under attack by foreign invaders who are embedded within, including with their anchor babies? So this is a legit fucking question. What should you do to save your country if you've been invaded and now you're embedded with an enemy within? It almost sounds redundant, but with and within are two different words. So enemy and their anchor babies. So what should you do to save your country? Oh, fuck. I told you they'd do it. Ha! Now you wanna join? I told you they'd do it. And now you want a gun.
Cause we just got done practicing killing.
got to see this. You got to see this.
Tranquilo fumando. Tranquilo fumando.
So satisfying. That was a rock going through Anthony Fauci's window into his face. That Eddie Bravo throws in this AI video. You know, you kind of wish something like that. Fuck would that be? Bill Gates' foundation thoroughly looked at the Epstein files and saw that he was innocent. Okay. He's going to die by hanging from his neck in my state with my governorship as soon as he steps foot in here or flies over our airspace. You come to Kansas, Bill Gates, when I'm the governor, and you're dying. I'll do it myself. I'll do the honors. I'll hang you myself, Bill. Do worry, it's just hard feelings. Do worry, it's just hard feelings. You know, the opposite of all that fake shit they try to say.
'Cause we just got done practicing killing.
That practicing killing, Eddie Bravo, let it know, right? AI is something else.
In the court.
Something else shows on X and Rumble. Let's share it.
Same with Anthony Fauci,
right.
Obviously.
You know, I hesitate to do this.
Jones Plantation. Everybody should watch that movie.
Went through is as great as Jesus, or maybe more. Some said, well, you can compare this ship to Jesus being flogged and the crown of thorns and the side pierced. I mean, the torture the ship went under reminds me of how Jesus was tortured. And this was intense and long.
It was intense and long. It was vicious, you know, and you bring up the Lord, Jesus Christ. He was our Savior. He's the one that held that ship together. Nobody else come to help us but Jesus Christ. We defeated the mighty IDF without firing a shot. This 2-hour bloodbath. And our government set us up to sink to bring us into World War III on the side of Israel. There were nuclear aircraft in the air, Alex, ready to come and nuke Cairo.
Let's stop there, because that's where I wanted to go, and thank God you just did it. Nobody ever talks about why they wanted to do it.
That also sounds like it's redundant, but nuclear and nuke are two different words.
How it was meant to trigger World War III, how Egypt was connected in Russia. Take your time on that. We can go to the next hour if need be. Please continue.
Yeah, the fucking Patsy false flag CIA install, LBJ, just happened to be on the ticket as our great World War II hero and President John Fitzgerald Kennedy's ticket as his running mate. So pretty easy way to who knows who knows if we even had a civil war? What if there was no civil war? There's simply slandering whites. And I mean, our history's so fucking fake that I think I've been for a while now. I've thought, oh yeah, we had a civil war, but it was not what they've told us. It was most definitely not aligned with what they told us. You know, the what really happened here. I think we were straight up invaded by enemy. They took our capital. It sits right there on the water for anybody to take. It's not in the heart of America like Kansas is, but it should be. But like, so the foreign enemy invaders take the capital, easy, and then they proceed to take northern major cities and states from there. So, and then you foment, I guess, division by going ahead and targeting some controversial issue like slavery, which it was, but I think it was going away anyway. And guess what? I don't think there'd be a state today that still has it, where anybody can be a slave, white, black, Indian, red. That is, we're going to stick with the natives to this land. Maybe a little bit of Mexican. I mean, but also a little bit of Eskimo, a little bit of Inuit, a little bit of First Nations with our Injun savages, right? That's Canadian. They have First Nations. We have savages and Injuns. Yeah, I'd like to know what kind of Native American my mom's dad was. Because she'd probably just say he was white, but we don't know who his mom. We don't know who his mom was. I don't think. Maybe she did. Maybe she did. Maybe my mom knows. Of course, she's in heaven with Jesus and God, and so. Salt. Yeah, I'm over here like reaching like, well, I guess there's nothing to snack on. I'll just take another drag and lay down. Take a drink of water.
Preparing ground troop invasions of at least Ukrain Island. He wants to bomb a whole bunch of so-called nuclear sites. All of this is supposedly to get Iran to come to the table and agree to everything that Israel wants. That is not going to happen. In fact, Iran continues to say, we're not in negotiations with you till you leave the Middle East. We're going to keep bombing up all of your bases, which they've been successfully doing. That's why our ships can't go in the strait, because of all the anti-ship missiles they got from China and more. We told everybody this when the war started. We were right. Mark Levin and the rest of them said that it would just be a piece of cake, an absolute cakewalk, and that is not what happened. And so now this threatens the entire recovery. It's destroying America's name around the world. And the Israel's finance minister said last week, this is a perfect scenario because it will hurt Iran's economy and they don't care about the rest of the world economy. So here is clip 6, Lindsey Graham from the grave, just days into the war starting, talking about how Trump, quote, loves to blow things up. I thought this was the peace president who promised he wouldn't get us into an Iran war. Here's the clip.
Virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down. Amazingly,
look what we've done here. I almost cried. I mean, like, how long have we been pushing this? You've been pushing this for years, right? It's here.
Why is he hanging out with an Australian guy in his office?
Jack. It's the best thing I've ever done.
Another Five Eyes. So bitch.
He loves blowing stuff up. So, there are a lot of people inside didn't want to do it. So I had my challenges. But President Trump, when he gets into the zone, he listens, he asks good questions, no tweeting. He has done he hadn't tweeted much at all. No drama. He's been a great wartime president. I said last night that Trump and Bibi are like Roosevelt and Churchill. I mean, they're the right two guys to confront this evil.
Forever on that range up in the sky. One horse is snorting fire.
We'll be right back on the other side. Here's the follow here. Share live feeds now at Real Hog Shows next. And right up there, rumble.com/Yellow Show live. We'll be back, my follower here, so hit the news site.
This sword has tasted blood, and it will taste more. Attack!
Fortune canto vorrà, sfilati questo cieli, su vostro amici vorrà, solo tra di breveris.
From the front lines of the information war, it's Alex Jones.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Monday, July 27th, 2026. I am your host, Alex Jones, coming to you from the road. The great Harrison Smith will be co-hosting with me. We have several huge guests today, like Mark Mitchell and others, to talk about the state of the world, the U.S., the poll numbers, the collapsing numbers for the Republicans, and more. So, now the U.S. Senate has a legislation in front of it to literally merge our military and intelligence with the Israelis, have them co-own all of our weapon systems, a literal foreign coup. We now have footage that was just released. Lindsey Graham, a couple of days into this war, starting 150 days ago, saying that Trump loves to blow things up and that, he convinced Trump to go in. It was going to be a piece of cake. That's what they all told them. And now Trump, of course, for a month has been leaning towards ground troops going into Kirk Island. When I was flying out of Austin a few days ago at the Austin airport, all I saw, it was troops in plain clothes, but they had their patches and stuff on their backpacks, their big army bags. And most of them were ground troops. They were airborne troops, regular army, logistics people, you name it. And then when I made connecting flights, it was the same thing. Mobs of troops, huge groups of them. And I talked to a lot of them. They said, well, we're not going to get exactly where we're going, but a lot of them had patches on their backpacks. I guess people know where they're going. And it was Israel, it was Jordan, it was Kuwait, it was Saudi Arabia, but mainly Jordan. A lot of them did say, yeah, I'm going to Jordan. Some would say, oh, I can't tell you where I'm going. So there you go. And of course, it's in the news. There's a massive surge to the Middle East, and we can expect a ground invasion of at least Kirk Island. That'll be a pawn sacrifice. It's totally surrounded there in the Strait of Hormuz, and other islands are planning to go into. Kirk Island is outside of that. And then once all that kicks off, the troops will get attacked, and then we'll be told, well, we've got to be there because they're killing our troops, just like when troops got killed a few weeks ago by that missile attack in Jordan, ballistic missile attacks. We were then told that that's the reason we're there. We're also told we're there to open the Strait of Hormuz, but the Strait of Hormuz was open before this disastrous situation unfolded. So this is an incredible clip. I can play it 20 times in a row. This is Lindsey Graham. This just was released over the weekend. And there he is with the corporate media behind the scenes with him. He's saying the best thing he ever did was convince Trump to go to war, and that Trump loves to, quote, blow things up. So here he is from the grave, and that ties in with more reports of ground troops. They're calling it the nuclear option. They're talking about using nukes, quote, tactical nukes, which sets the precedent for the Russians and others to use nukes. Then we have Mark Levin saying that Iran would be a fast war. And then we have Greg Bovino, former head of the Border Patrol, saying, yes, the Israelis have indeed trained the Border Patrol. Now, that's no secret. There's been other groups trained them as well. But when you do have the Israelis doing this on top of merging with our military and intelligence and controlling so much of Congress through AIPAC, it really is the main national security threat. And I said that months ago, just a week or so before the Defense Intelligence Agency came out with its official warning report to the president, public. Details are classified, saying the #1 intelligence threat of espionage is now Israel, not Communist China. And it had been Communist China previously. All people that absolutely obsessed over Israel, and again, there's a thunderstorm, I think Israel did it, or somebody falls on a banana peel, they think it's Israel. And that's discrediting. There's plenty of bad stuff Israel does. We should talk about it and not make stuff up. They would get mad and talk about Communist China. Communist China is in the main AI race with us. They have 90+% of the rare earth minerals. They bought off a lot of Congress, particularly the Democrats, but also Mitch McConnell and his wife were known CHICOM agents. That is a well-established fact. And China's still there, still causing major problems, but Israel's making a true run on controlling not just foreign policy, but the domestic policy of the United States, having legislation passed by 38 states that if you criticize Israel in any way, you cannot have any state contract to build a highway, to paint a school gymnasium, to carry out the trash. I mean, anything. This is social credit score, and again, completely unconstitutional. I'm not going to spend the whole day on Israel today. We're going to have Mark Mitchell on, the top pollster. Now we learned censored by Rasmussen, by Republican groups when he was warning Trump last year at the White House that his new actions not being focused on America first were so disastrous. And so he basically got shut down there. So he left Rasmussen. He'll be unfiltered next hour with Harrison Smith and myself breaking it all down. We're also going to get into Mondami and his fake campaign promises and how the Democrat Socialists plan to take over the country and all of the different, well, we can't do all of them, but some of the different Islamic attacks in different parts of the world, mainly Europe, in Paris and in Germany and many other places. And we have the media trying to cover up that it's Muslims running over people at gay pride events screaming Allah Akbar, and that it's Muslims stabbing men, women, and children screaming Allah Akbar. But so many times people have cameras on the ground. When it happens, they're able to show who did it. Then the police come and harass and many times arrest those that expose who has launched the attack. So that is all coming up as well today. All right, now let's go to Lindsey Graham, and then we're going to dovetail that with just back-to-back clip 6, 78, and 68. And so here is the nightmare situation. The headline's basically the same from Drudge, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal. Trump is stuck. The White House admits he wants out. He wants Iran to make a deal. But after another 2 weeks of total pounding of Iran, Iran says, screw you, we're not at the negotiating table. We have closed the Strait of Hormuz. They officially have announced that they own it and control it and are ready for full war, begging the U.S. to send in ground troops. And again, Trump wants to do this, but he knows Americans are against it. So sending troops into a few of the islands like Kirk Island will be the camel's nose on the 10th lap, just like Ukraine. So this is a terrible turn of events. The good news is everybody from Bill O'Reilly to Glenn Beck to Laura Ingraham to you name it are telling Trump he needs to end this war. He needs to get the military out of there. He needs to not get deeper into this huge mistake that he made. So here is this disgusting clip of Lindsey Graham, and then we'll go to the other clips.
Virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down. Amazingly,
Look what we've done here. I almost cried. I mean, like, how long have we been pushing this?
Oh, you've been pushing this for years.
Right. It's here. I talked to Trump this morning. Well, he's Jack. It's the best thing I've ever done. He loves blowing stuff up. So, you know, there are a lot of people inside didn't want to do it. So I had my challenges. But President Trump, when he gets into the zone, he listens, he asks good questions, you know, no tweeting. He has done nothing. He hadn't tweeted much at all. No drama. He's been a great wartime president. I said last night that Trump and Bibi are like Roosevelt and Churchill. I mean, they're the right two guys to confront this evil.
Look, the Iranians have been at war with us for over 4 decades. But if we wanted to go to war, we know how to go to war. George W. Bush showed us. You send 400,000 troops in, and you defeat Iraq in about 43 minutes. We can do the same with Iran. Maybe it'd take 54 minutes.
So 54 minutes, he said they would fall. Now, I'm going from memory. Are we 150 days in yet? Or maybe we put that on the screen. How many days are we? How many days are we in now here? Into the trap with that Israel now says is the perfect situation. Yep, got us stuck in there, got us in there as their proxy. It's like NATO uses Ukraine as a proxy against Russia. Isn't that just great? And if we don't like it, we're 149 days to change in. Well, then they'll just primary anybody with AIPAC with foreign money, total open foreign election meddling, and control everything we heard about Russia. You know, it's the Israel first lobby claims, I'm a Russian, I'm an Iranian, I'm also an Easter Bunny and a Chinese jet pilot from Mars. And that's what we're supposed to put up with. But it's a total integration, a total training to basically turn America into an apartheid type state with the elites versus the people using racial division like they do in prisons to control everybody. Here's Greg Bovino talking about the Israelis training the internal police force that we now have that is Homeland Security. Here it is.
Israel, like, you know, the nation over there has a lot of influence on the Israeli government, has a lot of influence on our politicians over here, I think, is what he was kind of getting at.
I see, yeah. And you know, I'm not a politician, so I don't know. And, you know, it's the only dealings I ever had with the Israelis is when I was a young agent with Border Patrol Tactical Unit. They sent me to a VIP security school, and it was ran by the Israelis. And let me tell you,
so IDF actually does work with Border Patrol and ICE, because I've always heard that.
Well, it was that school was for all law enforcement. It was they put it on. It was Israeli. They contracted with Israeli instructors. They had a lot of experience, and they were really good. I'll hands off some of the best training I've ever had. They did not F around. So that was back, you know, 2000, 2001. But I understand what people are saying. Perhaps there is an outsized influence by Israel. I've never really been up against that, but then again, I'm not a politician. Israel wouldn't, you know, influence me, the Mossad or whatever. You know, however they do that, I'd like to know what is the influence? How do they do that?
Well, let's talk about that. For 50 years, the ADL has trained police, and it's gotten more intense. They give awards out to police chiefs and other police. And all of that stuff we saw under Bill Clinton and Obama to train to take on the constitutional terrorists, all those newscasts we played, all the secret documents law enforcement military gave us that were concerned. Talked about the fact the ADL got in trouble back in the 90s breaking into police department intelligence files. They don't have to do that now because they do most of the training politically for the police around the country. That's the fact. Trump early on administration said they were going to stop that because they found the ADL was lying about Trump. But when they backed off that, now they're back more than ever. And then you have the clergy response teams under InfraGard, and the FBI started after 2001. And it wasn't training to look for Muslims doing terror attacks. It was for training clergy response teams during crises like gun confiscation. I have ABC News reporting that in my films. You just type in Katrina, clergy response teams, gun confiscation. You'll see the preachers. And in fact, Rob Nude, he's in Police State 4. So Rob, after the live show today, we're sending it to Wilson to add it to this report from the live show. We put a clip out. Let's put the clergy response team clip in right here from, I think it was Police State 4, ABC News, about the preachers are there when they have to confiscate the guns with the nationwide martial law, fighting the constitutional terrorist patriots, that when they have to kill and shoot Americans, that the preachers will tell everybody it is of the Lord. Romans 13, render unto Caesar things that are Caesar's, and those to God that are God's. And of course, it's totally taken out of context and twisted. It was Hitler's favorite Bible quote, was Romans 13. And they say in Romans 13, they're preparing to kill you and take your guns. And they go to a person's house, we'll turn them in, and they kill them. And that's, and let's put let's a couple newscasts. Let's just put those newscasts in here. Because people tend to think I'm making this stuff up. It's so crazy. Yeah, there's the old ADL spy ring stuff they got in trouble for. So that's really what's going on here. And that's the reality. Oh my gosh, the crew literally just found the clip in 10 seconds. Okay, now I'm impressed. Maybe we should get the clip and just play it live for everybody right now, because you won't have to wait a few hours. So we posted it at X at Real Alex Jones and rumble.com, right over here, rumble.com/The Alex Jones Show Live. Be a pity if you shared that link. The globalists sure hope you don't. ADL sure hopes you don't share that and follow that and hit your email list and text message list for that. That might cause a chain reaction. We might take the country back if we did that. Alex Jones Live. Alex Jones Live right there. Alex Jones Show Live, rumble.com/Alex Jones Show Live, and our big mothership site with all the free feeds, the audio, the articles, the reports, our other hosts, special guests, AlexJonesLive.com, right there, AlexJonesLive.com. Here it is right here. It would be a pity if you shared AlexJonesLive.com. So I can just go on for days with all this, okay? But they also have the preachers trained during the next lockdown to tell you, of the Lord, stay in your home, take your shots. This is called brainwashing. And the ADLs of the Property Law Center have been at the heart of the whole thing, and at the heart of helping us get sued and attacked and infiltrated and all the other crap we've gone through with the CIA and DOJ. It's all come out in court. So remember, when you share AlexJonesLive.com, it is a revolutionary act. You are the Paul Revere's. So I'm going to table the Israel stuff for now. And when I talk to the crew during the break, if they've been able, I want to make sure it's because I've actually made 2 films, and I've got, like, now the memory serves, 7 or 8 newscasts about clergy. That's the one right there. And those are just clips of the film. Actually, the full newscasts are even worse. So since the guys are able to find them, they found them in 30 seconds. That's crazy. That's good. Wow, I'm impressed. Okay, my OCD is really happy now. My goodness. Yeah. Okay. When we come back from break, we'll actually play that, and then I'll move on from the Israel stuff. You know, I have a neuroses, which is good neuroses, that I just have to show everything I say. And when they say I've done these things that I didn't do, that they don't show you because it's all lies. I never went to Connecticut, never peed on graves, everybody harassed people's parents. Nobody did. It's all lies. But they just say it, so it must be true. But when I show you a clip, like Bill Gates saying we need to get rid of half the world's population, we actually show you the clip. When I say Bill Gates is releasing mosquitoes on you that have had a bacteria added to it that creates reduced fertility in all animals they bite, no, I show you the clips. In fact, I have some of those clips today. So we've got a big transmission lined up for you. Just remember, we want to reach new people. Share the live feeds right now on Real Alex Jones on X, and follow us there at Real Alex Jones on X. We'll put that URL up. And of course, there it is. Wow, how did I was going to say that? Instant. Are we like simpatico, mind melded right now? Did Spot just reach through the camera and like, am I now like in live time AI hooked to the crew? This is faster than AI. What the hell's going on here? So follow me at Real Alex Jones. But bringing in the mighty Harrison Smith, ladies and gentlemen, because he's got several big guests up today and a huge amount of research. He's prepared. He'll fully host 3 hours today. And so we're in the first hour right now. And yeah, that's a funny commercial I sent the crew to. But let's bring Harrison Smith in right now to tell us what he's got coming up today. I'm going to get into Islam. I'm going to get into the revolt against the data centers, the latest on Flock, and more. Harrison, good to see you, my friend.
Very good to see you too, Alex. And I may have over-prepared today. I'm a little bit too prepared because obviously we have the Iran war, the merger there. We're going to be talking to Michael Yon about that, giving a strategic overview of how Ukraine and Iran are now sort of merging into the world war that we predicted long ago. Obviously, the videos of Lindsey Graham that are coming out from this unaired documentary from before his death are extremely interesting. I want to make a note because the video you just played of Greg Bovino, I want to give a shout out to the young man interviewing him. His name's Tyler Henderson. You can follow him on X at TylerH_OK. He's a 19-year-old from Oklahoma. And I know this because he is desperate to be hired by Alex Jones Network and has been DMing me about 3 times a day saying, how do I get a job? So this is a note to our audience. We are looking to expand. We are looking to generate this, the next generation of content creators. And this young man, Tyler Henderson, is obviously off to a great start. So I hope people can support us by going to thealexjonesstore.com so we can grow and hire more people like this young man, Tyler, who is very motivated to get involved in the political sphere. Obviously, we have the diary of Anthony Fauci, where he basically admits everything about covering up the COVID where it came from, the origin of COVID. I mean, that is absolutely bombshell after bombshell coming out of that diary. Got to cover that. Netanyahu and Zelensky are on their way to the United States for Lindsey Graham's funeral and to meet with Donald Trump. So we can expect another, development in the world war, despite the fact that we are apparently incapable of waging the war in the way that we have because our stockpiles are so low. They're practically diminished to nothingness, as well as the strategic reserve. Things aren't going well. And I don't know if it's a Muslim holiday or something, Alex, but obviously there are stabbings and car attacks going on in Europe, here as well, multiple mass shootings over the weekend. I mean, things are just off the rails. And I have probably 300 stories to cover today. I don't know how I'm going to get to all of them or even half of them. But Mike O'Donnell and Mark Mitchell will be joining me.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm glad. We'll only get a small portion of the Muslim attacks because I know that's the problem. Is literally hundreds of different horrible stories a day. But let's get started next segment because that was next to my stuff here because we have the Germans on TV saying, God, I wish it was a Christian ran over us with cars. At the event, they get run over. They get up on the mic and say, we hope it's a white guy. We hope it's not a Muslim. Of course, it was a Muslim. And then you have the Allah Akbar stabbing in Paris. And they caught the guy while he's doing it. It's the only reason we know it was a Muslim because he says, I'm doing it for Allah. And I know you've got a lot more as we witness these Islamic uprisings take place today. We couldn't have better guests than Michael Yon and, of course, Mark Mitchell coming up today. But I'm glad we are literally simpatico. This is crazy today. I was about to say what you were saying, we need to hire this young man. I've seen his work. It's up to the audience. If they go to thealexjonesstore.com and get the very best supplements, the very best wide selection of Patriot apparel, collectible coins, knives, everything, very best water filtration for showers, you name it, it will fund our operation. The pricing is very low. The quality is very high. It takes money to do this. You do it. We've had a network before that was 15 hours a day. Then we got a time to cut back to 10. Now we're at 8 hours there or whatever. We are ready. The new studios are being built. It is all happening. We'll have some big announcements the next few weeks, but we have enough funds right now to run at the level we're at. And if we save the money we're bringing in to hire the crew and those that would take me about a year or two to save the money just to do the big expansion, we're not there. So it's simple. We will deliver. We've done nothing but deliver in the past. We will deliver, but we need your support at thealexjonesstore.com. And right now there's a big sale going where you can get ultramethylene red, our proprietary product that goes with methylene blue, that does a whole bunch of different stuff. It's amazing. Go research the ingredients for yourself. 50% off. And a bunch of other products, 50% off right now at thealexjonesstore.com. Huge selections, the very best Patriot apparel. So excited to wear that out in public. In fact, guys, I know there's some new specials too. So one thing I forgot to get was today's new specials. Now they've got some new specials as well. But we've got tank tops now. We've got shorts now. All different sorts of cotton designer clothes. There's now over 1,000 different types of apparel. We've got all the Christian line. We've got the Crusader line. We've got the Classic Americana line, Politically Incorrect line. We've got the America 250 line. A lot of this stuff is my concepts, which I notice you're like me, folks. Whatever I think's cool, always is the most popular because it's not that I'm cool. We just all have the same vision here. It's all at thealexjonesstore.com. And it's simple. Become a VIP for $30 a month, canceling time for free, but you get $40 to spend in the store. Special deals, special offers, bigger sales on top of everything. If you're buying anything, become a VIP just in checkout. Click VIP, it's recurring charge every month. One click, you are out of it. It is just a commitment to get the better deals and to support what we're doing. There's nowhere where you spend your money where you get bigger bang for the buck. And I know Harris is behind the scenes. He knows the finances. He's got all these great people he's recommending. I think a lot of them are great. We want to go 20 hours a day live. We want to do a 2-hour late night show, which is do the new studios like Jimmy Carson style. It's all happening, but I need your support. There's nowhere it's proven itself like we have. Thanks to your support. We will go all the way with your support. The globalists hate it. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Massive news straight ahead. Share the live feeds now. It's a massive sale going on right now at thealexjonesstore.com. Huge. Ultimate summer sale. 50% off Ultimate Power, Freedom, Mango, and Patriot Punch. If you love Turbo Force 10-hour clean energy, this is basically the same formula, but even stronger with some other ingredients added to make it even better. Time released, all the key minerals and vitamins and cofactors. It is incredible. Methylene red capsules. This is a proprietary product that goes with methylene blue, but by itself supercharges your cells and your whole body as a stimulant that doesn't feel like one with no letdown. It would take an hour to get into ultra methylene red. The capsules are now in. Ultimate Methylene Red. I should spend 5 minutes just telling you what this does. Go read the ingredients. Ask ChatGPT or Grok about it. Ask them what these things will do for you. In fact, I did this with the Methylene Red when it came out 6 months ago. I want to do that again and just show you what it says about it. I mean, this is high-end stuff at a low price. You can get it for 50% off right now. Methylene Red capsules, introducing those. Mind Fuel Nootropic Energy Shots, all 50% off. 40% off Zeolite Tincture, detoxifying, upper spike protein. It's good for your whole body, getting heavy metals out. Methylene Blue Tincture, 40% off. CMOS Gummies, 40% off. Shilajit Gummies, 40% off. Methylene Blue Gummies, 40% off. Ultimate Chill, which is the kava and all the rest of it. You'll be totally calm, but also focused. That goes great with Ultimate Energy. You stack them. And a whole bunch of other big discounts as well. 30% off all apparel. Most of the apparel has like a 75% markup. If it's a small, it costs less, so it's 100%. You buy like an XXL, it's less than 100% markup. It's like 75%. So when you have 30% off on the apparel, we're making like $5 on it. The widest selection of Patriot shirts of every different design, configuration. It is the widest selection. It's over 800 different shirts. It's ridiculous. The new line that I designed is, I think, pretty good. Rebel Scums in 1776. The Betsy Ross flag, less 1984, more 1776. In muscle shirts, whole bunch of other really cool stuff now at thealexjonesstore.com. I love this lightweight so-called dress shirt, but it's a very special type of shirt from a great manufacturer. It's super lightweight, amazing. We now have the boxer shorts, and they're not boxer like underwear. You know, the classic boxer shorts that aren't long and aren't short. They're just kind of medium. They're my favorite type. I picked these out. I picked the brand. I said, this is the type of short I like. And it's you know, what everybody I see wears to the gym. And it's just that they're great. And it's got a ring of stars of 1776 on the right hip. Very clean, very nice. We're adding a lot of new apparel at thealexjonesstore.com. And every order right now, and it's about to end in the next few days, it's a free mystery t-shirt. You just put your size in, you get a free mystery t-shirt with every order that's $29 or more at thealexjonesstore.com. That is a hell of a deal right now. We have all these pure Americana beauties. We've got the new white trash collection that we should pull up and show you. That's what I'm calling it, because I always see truckers and stuff wearing it, and I mean that affectionately. But it's, you know, a beautiful Daisy Duke or beautiful blonde, beautiful brunette, you know, with 1776 across it, Texas flag, rebel flags, American flags, Gadsden flags. We got a whole bunch of these Texas Rebel limited edition vintage style t-shirt. I love it. These are obnoxious. If you're going to go big. There's a whole line of those bad boys with the beautiful ladies on them right now at thealexjonesstore.com. We have the very best shower filters with the highest ratings, cutting out the most garbage at the lowest price. We've got the silver collectible 250-year anniversary with the amazing, my favorite cross, Jerusalem cross. Those are going to be gone soon. TheAlexJonesStore.com, and you stand with us, and you know that all the great work we're doing is because of you. You are the reason we're here. You are the info war of TheAlexJonesStore.com.
Days, weeks, and even years ahead of the news cycle. AlexJonesLive.com is tomorrow's news today.
From the front lines of the information war, it's Alex Jones.
All right, here in a minute or two, we're going to go to the Islamic researching that's going on and get Harrison Smith's take on that and more. But before we go any further, speaking of funding this operation and enriching your health and your life, I'm going to tell you something right now that is one of the most, if not the most important things I've ever talked about on air. And I want you to really listen to me. And I want you to get a pen and paper out of your iPhone, out of your Droid, and type this into your notes. And I want you at lunch today or tonight or right now to just go to any search engine you want and type in two different names, two different words, okay? Two different drugs that have won Nobel Prizes, you name it, that people don't want you to know about. And one of those is ivermectin that everybody knows about. The other one that most people still don't know about is benzidol. Now, if
you do the research, then it's important to understand that you need to get it from a pharmacy. You need to get it from a doctor. And we have a sponsor, and that's, of course, Bigley. And they went and they used the same service as, you know, the big web RXs and great people we've used that have been sponsors in the past. But this is Bigley doing it. And the key is it's real, it's pharmaceutical, and it is a very low price. People are selling knockoffs of it online without a prescription, and a lot of it's fake or a lot of it's watered down and adulterated. Because I did a regimen a couple of years ago of mebendazole. We'll put that on screen. That's how you spell it right there. MEBENDAZOLE, and it didn't have any effect. I bought it off of Amazon. And then I did more research, and they said most of that stuff's fake. So I went and I got it and from a doctor, and it was incredible. And my own medical doctor owns clinics all over the state of Texas, had already been pushing it on me for years, and I just never done it. Ladies and gentlemen, you can get the two in a combo, the ivermectin and the mebendazole together, and they work synergistically together. It is certified and known, both of them, as incredible anti-parasite. But ladies and gentlemen, just search the term ivermectin, mebendazole, and just put in study and do your own research and see what the system has been suppressing about this. And this is something, in my view, and talk to your physician, and when you go to the website, it's, you know, an online pharmacy, and they've got nurses, doctors, all of it. And then you get the prescription. It's very, very easy to do. And I would recommend to talk to your doctor. This is my own personal opinion. What I do for myself is twice a year, I take a regimen of ivermectin and mebendazole. And it is incredible. People ask why I look so young while I'm healthy. Well, it's a cocktail of things. It's the ivermectin, it's the mebendazole that I take about twice a year as a regimen. Some people, my medical doctor says, take a little bit of ivermectin every week, but I tend to forget to do that. He's literally just to take like 2 pills a week as a supplemental. That's what my medical doctor tells me. You get your own medical doctor tell you what you want. But the big thing they say is a couple of times a year, a big dose, a big regimen. You talk to your physicians. You talk to the folks in the online pharmacy. Let me put it on screen for you. 1776RX, just 1776RX.health. Now, Bigley is going to have a full online pharmacy. They could already do it right now. Everything. Okay. But they're launching just with this right now. And that was my choice because I want to focus on the ivermectin with the mebendazole. All right. And I want you to do your own research. Okay. You just type in Mel Gibson, mebendazole. See what Mel Gibson had to say about it. Joe Rogan, mebendazole. And again, we'll put it up there on screen. And you can do your own research on this, but I'm telling you, write down those names, but particularly not just ivermectin, that's well known. What's really powerful for a particular thing is MEBENDAZOLE, mebendazole. This is one of the most important things you'll ever do, ladies and gentlemen. And despite the system trying to suppress this information, it's getting out everywhere. So, and again, most people think of parasites as like big worms, and a lot of people have that. You know, Kennedy had one in his brain, RFK Jr. Yeah, it's obviously great for that. There's thousands of different types of what you call a classic worm or amoebas, you know, all sorts of things out there. But most of the parasites that most people have are microscopic. They're bacteria, or they're fungus, or they're microplasms. So much of the different types of joint pain and arthritis people have is caused by microplasms living in the joints. So it's incredible, and so many people have all these issues of chronic fatigue, you name it, and that's why so many doctors now and nurse practitioners and others are saying you need to do regimens of this. I don't know why I didn't listen to my doctor. Gosh, well, he told me, you know, and I ivermectin about 5 years ago, and mebendazole, but I didn't. I went in and just got it online. He also told me 8 years ago, get on methylene blue. The first time I ever heard of it, I ordered it from Amazon. Didn't really do anything. I told us so many times. When we got the medical grade, totally different. That's also available at the AlexJonesStore.com. Same folks, Bigley. And by next week, they're going to go ahead and pull the trigger So when you call, you'll be able to see everything, any basic prescription, out there, you name it. Once you talk to the doctors, the nurses, once they do the online telemedicine, if they think that's right for you. So I'm not telling you, hear what you should do or what you shouldn't do. I'm telling you what I've done, and I'm telling you that you need to listen to me. You need to listen to me very, very careful. I want you to just type in the word of the drug, and then I want you to put into at the end of it, study. And just do your own research right there. Just the word study on, and MEBENDAZOLE. But with ivermectin, you can type in ivermectin, methadone, study, those two together as well. Search studies, ivermectin, methadone together, and then do your own research and wonder why you never heard about this. Now, maybe you heard about this before, but kind of forgot, didn't pay attention, didn't take it seriously. I had Patriot groups 25 years ago telling me about methadone and what it did. And I have to tell you, you're at some Patriot conference or at some preparedness expo, and somebody's sitting there with dewormers, telling you this stuff about ivermectin and methadone, and I'm just like, okay. But then I remember that when I worked for a large animal vet off and on for several years, first time was when I was 10, one summer for like a month, then like 12, I worked another few months, and then I took a year off high school for fighting issues in Dallas. So my parents moved to Austin, and I worked a year for a large animal vet in East Texas. And I remember him, whenever he was getting sick or the wintertime came around, taking ivermectin. And they had the stuff he gave the cows. And we would get paid to, go to somebody's ranch. They put the cows in the squeeze chute. You'd have a big, like a caulk gun. And it would have like a hook on it, not a sharp hook, but just a hook that went like that and had like a nozzle on it. And you'd get up by the cow, they'd go to the squeeze chute, they'd squeeze it down. And then my job would either be delivering the ivermectin, and that's one of the dewormer smokes they gave. Or it would be when the cow's head came to the chute, I would stick up the tongs, put it in its nose, clamp it with a rope, tie the head to a point sticking out so it couldn't hurt you with its horns. I only tell that story for any ranchers or farmers or people who've done this. They go, oh yeah, we've done that. And you've done the exact same thing. But again, back then I'm 16, not really paying attention. So I'm 52 now. This stuff is known. But now it's in the studies, now it's the research. Not just what ivermectin does for parasites, not just what it does for viruses. Imagine if anything replicating that's bad. What else replicates that's bad? What else is there? Well, you just need to go look this up for yourself. And parasites, oh yeah. There's all sorts of things in the body that you can call that, right? What's a parasite? Does whatever it wants, takes over, lives off the host until it what? Until it does bad things to it. Sometimes parasites can kill you. Well, there's all sorts of parasites going on in the body. And so much stuff that goes on out there, we now know, is them misdiagnosing other things, saying it's one thing when it's really parasites. Or the parasites actually trigger some of the bad things. Do your own research. This is revolutionary. This is so important. 1776, just the numbers. 1776rx.health. Those are the coordinates. And it's a win-win to fund our operation and what we're doing. Take action now. The most important decision you'll ever make. 1776rx.health, and get your ivermectin methadone right now, ladies and gentlemen. But whatever you do, go to the AlexShowStore.com. This is the big summer mega sale going on right now. A whole bunch of the items are 50% off. The others are 40% off. These are incredible products. All these things work. They have sexy names: Irish moss, Shilajit, bovine colostrum. Oh, research bovine colostrum and then find out we have the best. Oh, research Irish moss. We have the best. Research Shilajit. We have the best. You just go out and find out whoever's the top seller, highest ratings. That's testing. Private label it. We don't reinvent the wheel around here. No, we don't reinvent the wheel. We just bring you things the bad guys don't want you to know about at thealexshowstore.com, and of course, as well at 1776rx.health. Take action now. You lead a horse to water, you can't make it drink. Thank you so much for your support. All right, let's go back now to Harrison Smith, and he's got Mark Mitchell coming up. He's got obviously Michael Yon, but I know one of those hours is going to be just open, just him when he does the deeper dive on Islam. But to start out, let's go to clip 74. This is Zoran Mondani. Remember all his campaign promises? Free bus rides, and then he doubled the prices, no free bus rides. And then he said rent controls, but instead he's just taking private property and people don't put the new Green Deal upgrades in that on the cheaper houses cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, on the bigger buildings, tens of millions or more. But then the big globalist companies, they're basically exempt from that. They're using it to steal property, as well as now he's paying for parents to have babysitters. They go to movies or get drunk. But they're cutting any funding for homeless or veterans. They're funding money for sex changes. They're cutting children's genitals off. It's not really a sex change. There's plenty of money for anything that's evil, but nothing for anything good. Here's Mondani. And then I want to go after him right into a Paris stabbing. We'll introduce that. First, just remember what Mondani said he would do and now what you've gotten. And that's how communism works. It's not that it doesn't work. It works great for tyrants to take over. And then the public, like buying lottery tickets, will just buy more and you'll win someday. Or degenerate gamblers, we'll just mortgage your house. You're down $1 million, just sell your house. And they sign the forms right there, and boom, here's more money, and they lose it an hour later. Once they get you caught, they say, well, don't give up. Get deeper into it. That's how the Nigerian email scams have gone on since the 90s happened. Get an email saying, I'm Prince Abdul Gabab Shaman Gububu, literally. And if you send me $5,000, I will send you $50,000. And people go, oh my God, my day has come. They send 5,000. They go, oh, I'm sorry. This is Prince Babubu's representative. He loves you. And you're going to get $100,000 if you just send 5,000 more. You send 5,000, you're out 10,000. You don't want to make him a con. And then finally, we're going to like to talk to Prince Mambubu himself on the phone. Prince Mambubu Babubu Bakabab calls you and says, you are very special. Send me 10,000 more, and I will now give you 1 million. You send him 2,000 more, now you're out 20,000, and then suddenly the phone number goes dead, and you're out 20,000. When your family or friends tell you got conned, you get mad at them, don't want to admit you were wrong, and say, no, you're just jealous that Prince Mabumbu loves me. I actually had that happen with some distant family. There was a talk show host on GCN, who was a popular nighttime host. I heard him on air saying that he literally was in contact with the Nigerians. I called in and I said, either you're helping them or you're being conned. And he wasn't helping him because he wasn't giving out the email. He was just saying the name of the prince. So it was like Babu Babubu or something. And then I learned in Austin the scam was happening. Can't make this up. One time this had to be about 15 years ago when I hang out with Mike Judge a lot. He loved to go out and hear live music, live country, and rockabilly late at night. We were in East Austin at this big dive bar, and everybody got really excited. There's about 100 people in there, and all of a sudden, this old Cadillac pulls up, and these Nigerians get out in royal robes, and they're going, it is King Jagangu, or something like that. And some people were laughing, others were all conned. They come in, drinks, food. Oh my God, oh no, he's here to invest in the bar. Everyone's kissing his ass. Mike Judge is sitting there with me laughing. But I mean, I learned, like, they don't just scam, I'm not saying all Nigerians, they don't just scam on email, they scam in the real world. And they had people investing with a clipboard and files in his incredible new investment that you get 100 to 1 on if you just give to it. That's what communism is. So here's Zoran Mondani.
Mamdani is the mini Ayatollah. Watch this.
We are going to freeze the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants and use every resource at our disposal to build housing for everyone who needs it.
دلخوش نباشید که مسکن فقط میسازیم. آب و برق را مجانی کنیم برای طبقه مستمند.
We are going to eliminate the fare on every single bus line.
اتوبوس را مجانی میکنیم برای طبقه مستمند.
We will make our city one where every person who calls it home can live a dignified life.
شما را به مقام انسانیت میرسانیم.
All right, so Zoran Mondani is basically saying the same lines as this guy did. And what was the result? What were some of the horrible things that this guy did when he was in power? He ordered the 1988 mass execution of political prisoners. They executed thousands of political prisoners who refused to denounce their beliefs. They were hanged in groups, directed large-scale executions of political opponents after the 1979 revolution. Reports document torture, sexual violence, and killings. He also issued this in 1989, which ordered Muslims worldwide to kill the author of the Satanic Verses because he said it was blasphemy. Of course, they persecuted all other religious minorities, so this is going to be us in America. And then we have the Sharia law stuff with severe punishments for dissent, women, and moral crimes. So this is all what's going to come to America. Zoran Mamdani is just a Trojan horse for the Islamic takeover of America. That's all it is.
All right, so a lot of listeners, whenever we criticize Shiites and the mullahs over in Iran, I think, well, wait a minute, you're against the war, but then you criticize Islam constantly and criticize the mullahs. We're not 3-year-olds, folks. I know most listeners get this, but for some of you, let me explain, okay? Maybe some new listeners or viewers. I can be against rattlesnakes and cobras in my bed. I can be against black widows and brown recluses. I can be against being shot with a shotgun or being stabbed with a bowie knife. We're against expansionist Orthodox Islam. We know Mamdani secretly meets the Iranian leadership and is a jihadi and is a Shiite. And so we're standing against that. And we also knew that Israel was trying to suck us into a quagmire war for chaos. They knew that the mullahs wouldn't fall. The Pentagon knew that, told Trump. And now their ministers, both their intelligence head, national security head, Gavir, and their finance head, all came out in the last few weeks. We played the clips and said that this is ideal. We wanted a quagmire. Okay, so it's not me, it's them telling you this. So if I hit a button to make the mullahs go away, I'd do it. Send them to Mars. It wasn't going to work. That's why I was against it. We were right. 150 days in. This is a total disaster. So everybody get confused. Wait, you don't like Israel running our government and our military and taking our free speech, but you also don't want the Muslims running our government, taking our free speech, because it's outside groups that want to take the country over. And then China wants to too, so I'll talk about them. And the EU is suing a bunch of our companies and trying to control speech. I mean, most of the regulations we're under the internet now is the EU trying to make us have internet ID and all this. I'm against the EU. Remember, the UK wants to arrest a bunch of American citizens. What they did under the Tates. I mean, any predator group, I expose them. There's lots of them. Israel's now the lead elephant. Okay? But I don't hate everybody in Israel, I hate everybody in Iran, I hate everybody in China. I don't like their leadership and what they're doing. Now, there's a bunch of these clips, and Harrison has more coming up. But here's Paris. One reason we know it's the Muslims because they tackled him and stopped him, and he admitted it. Then there was also a gay pride parade, but they got run over and hurt and killed. And then they jump up at the event, it's in German, and they say, we sure hope it's a white Christian. Of course, it wasn't. The only reason we know this is because people got video of who did it. So play those clips back to back, both in Paris and in Germany. A bunch of shootings, stabbings in the U.S., and a whole bunch of churches burned down in New York. Then turns out it's Muslims, turns out it's arson. It's in the back of the newspaper, and Mamdani will not decry it. Let's go ahead and roll those clips.
C'est pas ce qu'il fait. C'est avec qui va revenir. Il n'y a pas d'Allah.
Your radio listener, you can't see the closed captioning. Yeah. You viewers always ask why I narrate. Well, since we're on 400 radio stations plus. Here they are right after they get attacked at the gay pride parade. Oh, we hope it's a white guy. We hope it's a German. And it wasn't. He said he did it because they were gay. Here they are getting run over. So just remember what these Islamic countries are like too, like Pakistan. We're told that, that's clip 80, we're told that we're evil, we can't have air conditioning, we can't have cars, we got to pay carbon tax, we can't have beef, we can't have dogs that eat meat. But here's how the Islamics deal with their trash. In places like Pakistan, they just dump it right in the streams and the rivers. So this is a superior culture that we are bringing here. This is what we were told is good. This is what we're told we should submit to, ladies and gentlemen. Now, here's what's going on. Later in the week, I'm going to be hosting most of the show, large portions of it. But Harrison's been out for a week. You can tell he's chomping at the bit. He had his vacation. Now I'm having my work vacation here. But I'll be back next weekend. But I'll be here with you in the transmission because, wow, I've got so much on the AI takeover. We have people all over the country being arrested at city councils, and they even clap. They've passed new rules at the different commissions and city councils that no one's allowed to talk or clap. So if you clap, you go to jail. Trump has said we should just get out of the way and accept all this. We're in a race with China. Look, I'm not against this, but you have to have the local communities involved, and they have to have a say. There's a police state crackdown to the flock cameras. A guy just held up a sign in front of it, or a pool skiff, pool cleaner, whatever you call the thing with the net. Police came and got him. You have people being arrested. That's clip free for just simply clapping one time. I mean, this is crazy. And then now it's not just Flock. There's all these other private companies putting up millions of cameras. We're going to be getting into that. And then there's other viral videos where people are now catching their Alexas typing noises and people talking and people doing things. And now Alexa will start saying private things and secret things to the people's homes. And people say, how do you know that? You're recording me all the time. And Alexa says, no, I'm not, I promise. It's on all the time. That's how it works. It's in the terms of services. It's been in your house for 15 years with Google Assist, all the rest of it. The CIA director back at the time, Petraeus, said, in the future, everyone will be tracked by, he said, your washing machine will be listening to you. Okay, all the cars now have cameras watching you, listening to you, kill switches in them. This is all here. This is all happening. That is the reality. Meanwhile, we have another video of J.D. Vance that I want to cover when we come back for 5 minutes. On Joe Rogan, an incredible interview from 2 weeks ago, saying the sickest he's basically ever been was after he took the COVID shot. Yeah. Now, why is he doing that? He knows it's true, plus he's positioning himself to be different from Trump, coming out, on all these issues, which I say is great, because at least rhetorically, it is, rhetoric-wise, having an effect. But whatever you do, share the live feeds now at alexjoneslive.com/show, or the feeds are right there on the front page. You tell everybody you know, and those you don't know. Here's the Forbidden Show. Here's the information they want to hear from the top pollster, censored pollster, Mark Mitchell, from the historian and top battlefield reporter and former Green Beret, Michael Young, and of course the veteran patriot Harrison Smith, after a week-long, well-deserved rest. Coming up, and I'll do 5 more minutes with Harrison Smith, and then we'll hand the baton fully over to him and more. But remember, if you're listening to my local AM and FM station, support them, support their sponsors, become a sponsor of those local stations. Thank those local stations. So many stations pick us up at night, love the show, get high ratings, put it on during the day. The left calls up stations, threatens them, they take us from at night recorded to live. So just keep being mean to our stations, folks. They're not cowards like the left. It's backfiring big time. I want to thank all the stations. Be sure and support those. But however you're listening, spread the word now. Spread the word now. That's how we do this. Share the word. Follow us on X Alex Jones, and on rumble.com/Alex Show Live and AlexJonesLive.com. That's the mothership. We'll support. That's why I keep hammering it. Thank you so much. Hour number 2, 3, and 4. Straight ahead. Stay with us. Share the links now. There's a massive sale going on right now at thealexjonesstore.com. Huge. Ultimate summer sale. 50% off Ultimate Power, Freedom, Mango, and Patriot Punch. Methylene Red capsules. This is a proprietary product. It would take an hour to get into Ultra Methylene Red. The capsules are now in mind-fueled nootropic energy shots. All 50% off. 40% off Zeolite tincture, detoxifying upper spike protein. It's good for your whole body, getting heavy metals out. Methylene Blue tincture, 40% off. CMOS gummies, 40% off. Trilogy gummies, 40% off. Methylene Blue gummies, 40% off. Ultimate Chill, and a whole bunch of other big discounts as well. 30% off all apparel. The widest selection of Patriot shirts of every different design, configuration. It is the widest selection. It's over 800 different shirts. It's ridiculous. The new line that I designed is, I think, pretty good. Rebel Scum since 1776. The Betsy Ross flag, less 1984, more 1776. In muscle shirts, a whole bunch of other really cool stuff now at thealexjonesstore.com. I love this lightweight so-called dress shirt. It's a very special type of shirt from a great manufacturer. You now have the boxer shorts, and they're not boxer like underwear. The classic boxer shorts that aren't long and aren't short. They're just kind of medium. They're my favorite type. I picked these out. I picked the brand. I said, this is the type of short I like. We're adding a lot of new apparel at thealexjonesstore.com. And every order right now, it's about to end in the next few days, gets a free mystery t-shirt. You put your size in, you get a free mystery t-shirt with every order that's $29 or more at thealexjonesstore.com. That is a hell of a deal right now. You've got the Silver Collectible 250-year anniversary with the amazing Jerusalem cross. Those are going to be gone soon. thealexjonesstore.com, and you stand with us, and you know that all the great work we're doing is because of you. You are the reason we're here. You are the InfoWar. thealexjonesstore.com.
Days, weeks, and even years ahead of the news cycle. AlexJonesLive.com is tomorrow's news today.
We're now into hour number 2. Massive transmission coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today on Alex Jones. Eric Smith co-hosting, the incredible battlefield journalist and historian Michael Yon coming up. The top pollster, censored, basically had to leave. Rasmussen 6 months ago gave us exclusive last week. He has even more intel. After he briefed the president last year, the whole system got mad at him. They put pressure on him to the Republican Party to shut up through his employer, to stop doing interviews, to stop telling people that Trump was destroying himself, because they didn't want Trump to know he was destroying himself. What did Mitchell say? Don't go to war with Iran. Stop parading around Larry Ellison, these billionaires. Get back to America first. Stop saying that Epstein's a hoax. And of course, Trump didn't listen, and now he's at a 30% approval rating. He was at 57 back when Mark Mitchell went to warn him. That's all coming up today. But first, the vice president went on Joe Rogan a few weeks ago and said a lot of powerful, important things. He admitted Israel trying to take over the U.S. government and so much more. But he also got into the fact that he took the experimental Frankenshot COVID injection, and it was the sickest he'd been in 15 years. Elon Musk took it, thought he was having a heart attack and was going to die. He had family took it, almost killed them. Nothing will wake you up faster than taking the stuff and realizing how sick it gets you. Then they admitted never protected you. Remember, Rachel Maddow got paid and others. If you take the shot, you can't get COVID, you can't spread it. They all knew it was a lie. When they put the so-called vaccine out, it had white blank paper with the drug insert because they didn't want you to know what was in it. And they changed what was in it over time. Certain lots were even more deadly than others. So here's the vice president, another testimonial. We have the insurance actuarials, 30+ million people dead, a 40+% increase worldwide in deaths. That's more than died in all the wars combined. This is massive. So here is the vice president. This is so important. They're trying new pandemics. They're trying to roll out new mRNA, flu shots, everything else. We've got to get ahead of this. We got to keep fighting. They want to bring the shots back. So we need to stay on target. We need to expose this. Of course, Fauci knew it was made in a lab. That's come out in his diary. But it wasn't just made in Wuhan. It was made at Chapel Hill, North Carolina, under orders from Obama. That was a scandal in 2015. So they moved it to the Wuhan Institute there. We've had the vice president of the E-Global Alliance, Dr. Hoff, we should get back on, go public and expose it at the time. He was the whistleblower. We know. We have the facts. We had the top lawyer that wrote the U.S. chemical biological weapons treaties, who died mysteriously. He was supposed to testify last year against Bill Gates. Dr. Francis Boyle came on my show in January and February of 2020 when it was all starting and predicted it all. Let's go to the vice president testimony that you need to share.
I took the vax, and I haven't been boosted or anything, but the moment where I really started to get red pilled on the whole vax thing was the sickest that I've been in the last 15 years by far was when I took the vaccine. And I've had COVID at this point 5 times. I was in bed for 2 days. My heart was racing. I was like, the fact that we're not even allowed to talk about that, even, no like serious injury, but even the fact that we're not even allowed to talk about the fact that I was as sick as I've ever been for 2 days. And the worst COVID experience I had was like a sinus infection. I'm not really willing to trade that. And you don't even, everybody that I know, or a lot of people I know, they talk about the second shot that they got of the vaccine that made them really, really sick. Well, that's a side effect, and not a side effect that we even talk about enough in this country.
No, it's also, again, we're talking about companies that have a long history of lying and being forced to pay criminal fines, and then we're giving them this exemption from being responsible for any of the side effects.
Yeah, and who do you think those big pharma companies donate to politically in 2024? I'll give you a big fat guess.
Probably Kamala Harris.
By a significant margin.
Okay, so that is critical information. People call me all the time and say, you save lives. You save lives, Alex Spikes. Ozzy, thank you so much. We're in this together. Thank you for saving lives. You're just as important as I am, okay? As Drudge always says. You're as important as the New York Times or CNN or Fox News or Alex Jones or Joe Rogan. You are just as important. Share this video. Share this report. We're going to take it from the live show, post it on X, post it on Rumble, post it at AlexJonesLive.com. Share it, share it, share it. So we get ahead of this, so that we continue to expose the tyrants so they can't get away with it again. Whether they go to prison or not, we got to stop them launching the next attack. Massive transmission straight ahead. Share the live feeds now. Roll off shows. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Hey, I think this is my favorite Alex Jones shirt. Dude, I totally agree.
Founding Fathers on patrol. Washington and Lincoln rocking the latest Alex Jones shirt. Marching past America's monuments. Liberty is awake. Visit thealexjonesstore.com now.
دركة دركة محمد جهاد دركة دركة محمد جهاد دركة دركة محمد جهاد دركة دركة محمد جهاد دركة دركة محمد جهاد.
Reality starts here. AlexJonesLive.com. Share the link. Spread the word.
You are listening to an AJN Live Frontline Report. If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Alex Jones Show. I'm your host, Harrison Smith, sitting in for Alex today, who is joining us in and out from his vacation. But we will be joined in just a few minutes by Mark Mitchell from Honest Polls, Honest Pollster. And we sort of had the best intro to Mark Mitchell, talking about Zoran Mamdani, who is the emblem of one of the two forces that are attempting to destroy America from the inside out. He represents sort of the communistic, Muslim, foreign force trying to impose themselves on American life. And on the other side, you have the Republicans, who seem to serve Israel endlessly and are doing nothing to save America, but rather sell it out to the corporations. So we're not in a good situation, folks. But the problem, one of the main problems, is the fact that people genuinely do not understand the concepts that are being discussed. Mamdani today came out with an announcement with the city-run grocery stores, how they're going to be offering produce at 30% off. And basically everybody in the comments of the videos that I'm seeing are just saying, what could possibly be bad about this? People don't like cheap food. They must be crazy. And I almost envy them. I almost envy the people who do not have the ability to see second order effects. It would be amazing to think, oh, a free thing, thank you. And then that's as far as your calculation goes. Where is it coming from? Where is the money coming from? What's going to happen if the city-run grocery stores are, because they have this, taxpayer funding surplus, they're able to offer things for less? Are you not going to be putting a lot of family-owned businesses out of business? I wonder. This is not how the world works. You can't just take things from some people, give it to other people, and just order things, order the market in that way. It doesn't work like that. And it's hard to understand that if you can't understand second order effects, which apparently less and less Americans are capable of doing. We just don't understand it anymore. Let's go to this announcement from Zoran Mamdani. He made this earlier today, announcing the collection of essential staples that'll be 30% lower at his city-run communist grocery stores. Let's watch.
We know that for many New Yorkers, 30% at the grocery store means something very different. Since 2019, food prices have soared at grocery stores around the country by roughly 30%, in fact. Talk to shoppers around the city, and you'll often hear the same frustration. Wages have not kept up. Making matters even worse, some corporations have built out technology that allows for something called surveillance pricing, collecting personal data to charge some people more than others for the same carton of eggs, for the same gallon of milk. All of this leaves too many New Yorkers feeling like groceries are out of reach. And that is frankly unacceptable, which is why city government is stepping in to make people's lives more affordable. Today, I am proud to announce a collection of essential staples that will be predictably 30% cheaper at all 5 of our city-run grocery stores.
They clap like you accomplished something.
This core set of goods will include all fresh produce, meat, and seafood, along with 20 other essential items like cheese, milk, and bread. Here's how it will work. Once a month, our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices for this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices. No exceptions, no gimmicks. The savings will last for the entire month. That means no weekly fluctuations nor sticker shock at the checkout line. Not for our seniors living on fixed incomes, nor for the parents who rely on a regular supply of apple slices to keep toddler tantrums at bay. Now, can we all see this incredible example of produce in my hand? Now you will see these plantains here. So for anyone wondering how much these beautiful plantains might cost, you can use this QR code or head to grocery.nyc to access our policy report. I'm going to demonstrate exactly what that means.
How much do you think it costs to set this up?
Ladies and gentlemen, the QR code does work.
They're so cute. Aren't they so cute? Don't you love that the communist tyrants
You can learn
are
more
so
about
cute?
our city-owned grocery store program, including the 30% discount. 30% off adds up.
Okay. Mamdani officials admit New York City owned markets won't have features like butchers, hot food, as critics' royal plan is destined for failure. Here's the thing. It's not going to fail. It's not going to fail because it's backed by your tax dollars. It's backed by the barrel of a gun, stealing your money and funneling it into their coffers. It's not going to fail. It's going to destroy everything. It's a little bit different. So it's a bit of a nuanced difference here. But no, the city market is going to be fine. The city-run grocery store is always going to succeed because they don't have a profit motive. They can offer things for less than everybody else. So it is going to put other people out of business. Now, food prices have risen. That's a problem that should be solved. The reason that food prices have risen is in part because our population has exploded because of the massive, literally 100 million illegal immigrants that are here, many of them living off of welfare. It's the money that has been doled out because of things like the COVID lockdown. See, everything they do requires that they print a ton of money and lower the amount that the dollar is worth and makes everything more expensive. Now, obviously, there are some supply chain issues because of other things the government is doing, wars that we're starting, passages through straits that are seemingly closed forever now for some reason. They weren't before. These things all add up and make things more expensive. There's one instance very recently of a major corporation actually lowering food prices. Do you remember what that is? I believe it was the Frito-Lay Corporation or whatever their parent company is, actually lowered prices on snack food because snack food was no longer available on SNAP. See, your grocery prices are expensive because your tax dollars are subsidizing 100 million people's groceries. You are paying for 100 million people to have groceries, so the corporations lobby the government to say, put us on the SNAP benefits, so that instead of having to actually appeal to customers to get their hard-earned money, you basically set up a funnel system where the government takes taxpayer dollars, gives it to welfare recipients who then funnel it into your coffers by buying your products at the grocery store. So when the SNAP system removed things like, and I believe it was Frito-Lay, I could be misremembering exactly which giant snack food conglomerate I'm talking about here. I believe it was Frito-Lay, lowered their prices for the first time in a very long time because they'd been removed from SNAP. And so you no longer had to, compete for the welfare dollars. They had to lower their prices. That's the market working correctly. But this is the problem with communists in general. It's like they are constitutionally incapable of actually undoing problems. They always just want to create more problems. Mamdani's the perfect example of it. He recognizes, apparently, that the city regulations make it basically impossible for a small business to succeed in New York. And so what do you think he does? See, my reaction, if I go, all of these regulations are a barrier to small businesses. Let's roll back some of the regulations. That makes sense, right? Doesn't that make a lot of sense? PepsiCo, I guess that was it. Yeah, plans price cut as demand for its drinks and snacks slips. That's because they got removed from SNAP. They don't come along and say, let's remove regulations. He is starting a whole new branch of the government to help small businesses deal with the regulation. So like that's sort of the communist mentality in a nutshell. Don't undo the regulations, create a whole new government process to help people deal with the regulations that are another aspect of the government process. It's like the lady who swallowed the fly. It's like, this is never ending. It only gets worse from here on out. But there's other, you know, tactics that they're taking. Alex Jones brought it up a little bit when he was talking about it, the fact that, you know, they're basically tearing down churches, that you have this, you know, sudden rash of arson attacks, not just here in America, but in Europe as well. I believe the tomb of St. Patrick itself was burned. The church where St. Patrick is laid to rest in Ireland has burned down. Now, in New York, there was a actual arson attack, like it was declared arson. They're investigating it. Can't find the person. Gee, hopefully they'll get around to that eventually. Of a historic church that has been around since the 1800s. An arson attack burnt part of it, and then the city came along and said, actually, you're not allowed to repair it. You have to tear the whole thing down. This is another phenomenon that we're seeing across the United States. I sort of first recognized it during the Black Lives Matter riots of 2020, where there would be a mob trying to tear down a statue, and then the authorities would show up, and I'd be watching this on live stream thinking, okay, here the police are. They're going to stop these people from tearing down this beautiful historic statue. What a fool I was. No, the police show up and tell the mob, calm down, don't tear the statue down. It might fall on you. You'll hurt yourself. We'll bring in a construction crew. We'll do it on Monday. That's sort of the mentality that we're dealing with. That's what's happening here, is you have the same thing occurring, whether by random, like vandalism, somebody tries to burn a church down, or the city comes along and condemns it and tears it down with construction crew. Either way, they're tearing down America. And we're going to see this more and more. And of course, you have, like, again, I don't have any doubt that the grocery store run by the New York City government is going to continue operation. It's just going to put other people out of business. It's going to raise tax prices. It's going to just not work because you can't manipulate the market like that without downstream consequences. But unfortunately, you need an IQ around the triple digits to even conceive of the second order effects of just giving things out for free. And Mamdani voters don't actually rise to that cutoff. So they're fine getting free stuff and just literally not understanding where it's coming from. Now, like Alex said, I've been off for a week, and what a week it's been, right? We've got Shiloh Hendricks being convicted for being a white woman. You've got, what's his name? Mitch McConnell, who I think is dead. And I'm going to present that later in the show. I'm pretty sure he's dead. He's released a new proof of life photo today. It's not enough for me. He is not a ransom victim, right? He's not a kidnap victim that they're like cutting off his finger to just send in to be like, he's still alive, but you paid them $1 million. Why are we getting proof of life photos from our senators? And the answer may be so that Thomas Massie doesn't take his place. I'll explain all that a little bit later. But one thing I want to express and explain is that the Alex Jones Network is really a special place. And working here, I have a better view on that than just about anybody else. And just the fact that when I leave to go on vacation, that the crew is here, still running shows. Rex Jones comes in, all the great Christanti Harris, all the great guest hosts that we have. Like, this is a real operation. You know, when Alex Jones was doing the debate with Sneeko the other day, there's one clip that for some reason I keep seeing in videos posted. People post clips of, and I can't help but watch. I can't help but watch these clips. And Alex is talking to Sneeko, and he says, you know, I'm really busy. I got some stuff I got to do. I can't talk. You know, I can't do this interview forever. And Sneeko kind of rolls his eyes and is like, okay, sure, you're busy, as if it was Alex Jones running away. And it's like, Sneeko, I understand you're a streamer. You get on Discord, you sit in your living room and talk nonsense and lie to people for a while, and you consider that a job. Maybe you are solipsistic. You think that's how everybody else operates. Because he's rolling his eyes, and Alex Jones is like, hey, I'm pretty busy. I don't have all day. And he's like, oh, okay, sure, buddy. It's like, no, this is a real operation. This is like an actual news company. Like, we actually do high-level things. I know this might be shocking for people who exist as streamers. We're not just streamers. We're the Alex Jones Network. We're something else entirely. And I'm incredibly, proud to be a part of this. And again, just so thankful that we have this elevated position. I'm not just a streamer on my own, lonesome, plugging away, which is valuable. And, God bless people that do that. Obviously, people like Nick Fuentes and others, have extreme success in doing that. But this is a team sport we're playing here. We need collective action. We need collective activities. We need to be starting companies and growing them and, founding networks like this. We can't all be individuals all on our own in our room talking to the camera. This is an organization that can actually bring about change, has brought about change, and will continue to, as long as you support us by going to thealexjonesstore.com. Again, just incredible products, incredible savings, and just know from the bottom of my heart, I know you listening to me right now are probably not a communist. You probably aren't on welfare, at least not by choice. I understand people, unfortunate things happen, and I'm not going to judge you if you got to rely on that sort of stuff. But for the most part, our listeners, we understand you work hard for your money, and we don't take it for granted when you support us at thealexjonesstore.com. We do everything we can to be worthy of your support, and we hope that you appreciate the work that we put in. If you do, please go to thealexjonesstore.com. And really, it's just a win-win all around. You support us, but really you support yourself with these incredible products. And like Alex was talking about with the ivermectin and membenzidol, or however you pronounce it, hard to pronounce, but that's how some of the best medicines are. It's one of these things that I've wanted to try it for a long time, but there's so many different options, and you just don't know who's good, who's got, people talk a big game, but are they really good? How many of these reviews are, it can be hard to trust, where you're getting it from. That's why I love when we get these products, because it's like, okay, this I can trust. This I know has gone through every possible permutation to get the best possible substance, the best possible medicine, the best possible supplements in the most bioavailable, form, whether it's the methylene blue tincture or the Shilajit. There's a article recently sort of downplaying Shilajit, and it admitted, it said, well, Shilajit, it can do some really great stuff. And again, I'm not a doctor, but it talks about, the testosterone benefits, all this sort of stuff. But it was saying, but you shouldn't take it because the lower quality stuff can have heavy metals and stuff like that. And that's true. You don't want to get the lower quality stuff. That's why you want to go to thealexjonesstore.com, because that we are, first of all, we're under a microscope. So we don't want to get away with anything, but we couldn't even if we wanted to. We have to have the best products. We have to have the highest quality. We have to actually, be true to our word, because our enemies would not let us get away with it otherwise. But you just know that we have the best. That when you get Shilajit from the Shilajit gummies, the capsules, whatever you get from thealexjonesstore.com, it is the best quality. It has been purified to the maximum degree, no heavy metals, totally, totally pure, totally, absolutely free of impurities. And because you've probably taken our products before, and how powerful they are, how successful all of our audience. People call in, and the stories they tell about the transformative effects our products can have. It is truly something to behold. So thealexjonesstore.com, if you've ever wanted to try any of these products, the Shilajit gummies, the Irish sea moss, methylene blue, and you're thinking, well, I hear a lot of good stuff, but where do I get it? Get it from us. It's always the best quality. It's always at the best price. You cannot go wrong by going to thealexjonesstore.com. 360 win. You support us. You support yourself, and you get the best possible product on the market at the best possible price, especially with things like our massive sales that we have going on today, where you're getting 50% off things like Ultimate Power, both flavors, Freedom Mango and Patriot Punch, the Methylene Red capsules, the Warcry smelling salts, Mind Fuel, Nootropic Energy Shot, all of those 50% off, 40% off some of our other best-selling products. I could go on, but I'm not going to, because I'm very excited to welcome my guest. I just hope you support us at thealexjonesstore.com and know that we appreciate it greatly. But my guest is Mark Mitchell. He is the founder and head pollster of the Honest Polling Company, a new public opinion research firm dedicated to representing the American citizen. And like I said, we had sort of the best intro to Mark Mitchell. You can follow him on X at Honest Pollster, also at Honest Poll Co. or thehonestpoll.com, because we're dealing with the failure of the Republicans to do anything to fulfill the demands of their voters when it comes to the economy or really anything else. And these are huge swaths of the population that our socialist enemies are sweeping up. And I know this is a frustration Mark and I share. We've talked about it before. Welcome to the show once again, sir.
Great to be back. Really happy to be here, because you're basically a hero of truth, and I appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate that as well. But yeah, a lot going on these days. Let's talk about what's happening with the Republican Party as they are basically collapsing in popularity, sort of right along with the popularity of Israel collapsing. These things obviously related. I mean, what is the data telling you about what the people of America are thinking these days?
So Israel's been on the decline steadily since October 7th, 2023. They actually peaked with 59% support in our numbers, which is the highest we'd ever seen. And then it's just been steadily downhill. The last time I ran it for Rasmussen reports, I think it was 34%. And Israel loses with everybody under 40. And even the boomers, the freaking boomers, lost 50% support for Israel. And so that's just cataclysmic. Blaring alarm sirens. And as you know, there is a blaring alarm siren in the Knesset, which is why they allocated $730 million for foreign influence just in the next 12 months. Now, the Republicans kind of lost their, support relatively early on as well. Trump came out of the gate strong. A majority of people thought this was going to be a golden age. He had 60% approval rating with the youth. It was just absolutely insane. But fast forward to about April or May of 2025, and people were already starting to see, you had a pretty strong majority of Republicans say that the Republican Party wasn't delivering on Trump's mandate, which was, I mean, that was even before the One Big Beautiful Bill got through. And then all of these subsequent just absolute symbolic betrayals. I think we're going to look back at Trump's legacy and say, well, it was just a string of unforced errors. Yeah. So it's like Liberation Day wasn't really handled that well. They tanked Doge themselves, the most popular thing Republicans ever did. They did Midnight Hammer. They did the Operation Epstein Piss Off My Base. Mm-hmm. Then all of this stuff in the fall where Trump was just taking every single core fundamental principle of the MAGA movement and counter signaling it on mainstream media press interviews. It was just a complete mess. And then you have Iran as a cherry on top, but Iran in the placeholder of where a strong Republican legislative agenda for 2026 should be. And I was talking to Trump in November about what that should look like for 2026. And it's like, you're not going to get it all through. But instead of saying we're in the golden age, show that American can get to the golden age under Republicans if people keep voting for them. Give Americans a reason to vote for Republicans. And of course, the Republicans are incapable of doing that. Trump raged at them about the nuclear option when they only had about probably 25 votes for that. It's like at a certain point, you have to work together. And he would pick these people to fight for the wrong reasons. He was going after Massey and MTG for the Israel stuff and the Epstein stuff. Yeah. When those were people that were his biggest supporters. Now we've gotten so bad that he's out there attacking Alex Jones and people like me and trying to silence folks. And they're doing all the same things that the leftist people did, right? They're laundering money through these, places like WinRed, just like the Democrats are with Act Blue. PAC money is going to fudge certain pollster numbers. I can guarantee you that. And it's just a mess. It's not supposed to be like this. And right now it's looking like, as we all expect, it's going to be a huge loss. It's going to be the Republicans one chance to redeem themselves and save America. And they completely crap their pants. And they're going to have nobody to blame but themselves when, well, quite frankly, I mean, most of the mud that splatters in the fall will be on Trump and the Trump administration and not necessarily the Republican Party. So they'll win to, live to fight another day and collect more donor checks. And it's one big club. It's one big oligarchic Republican club, and you're not in it. Your choices are Bolsheviks or corporatists. That's it.
Yeah, that is the false dichotomy that we're being presented with right now. And as you say, a series of unforced errors. And it's I don't even know if we have the vocabulary to deal with it. Because, I think of baseball and I hear unforced errors. You think, well, he dropped a ball or whatever. It's no, this is them hitting themselves in the face with a bat instead of actually playing the game. It's so inexplicable. They aren't even trying to pretend that they're doing anything to support the American people. They seem to instead double down on all of the unpopular stuff. Yeah. I really want to dig into this and figure out what the heck is going on? What is even motivating them? I want to talk about that $730 million that Israel has put towards, their eighth front, which is American, opinion about them, and whether that's having any effect or possibly a negative effect, as people don't like, our country being taken over by Israeli money. It's not that complicated. More with Mark Mitchell on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
There's a massive sale going on right now at thealexjonesstore.com. Huge. Ultimate summer sale. 50% off
Ultimate Power, Freedom Mango, and Patriot Punch. If you love Turbo Force 10-hour clean energy, this is basically the same formula, but even stronger with some other ingredients added that make it even better. Time released, all the key minerals and vitamins and cofactors. It is incredible. Methylene Red Capsules. This is a proprietary product that goes with methylene blue, but by itself supercharges your cells and your whole body as a stimulant, but doesn't feel like one with no letdown. It would take an hour to get into Ultra Methylene Red. The capsules are now in Ultimate Methylene Red. I should spend 5 minutes just telling you what this does. Go read the ingredients, ask ChatGPT or Grok about it. Ask them what these things will do for you. In fact, I did this with the Methylene Red when it came out 6 months ago. I want to do that again and just show you what it says about it. I mean, this is high-end stuff at a low price. You can get it for 50% off right now. Methylene Red capsules, introducing those. Mind Fuel Nootropic Energy Shots, all 50% off. 40% off. Zeolite Tincture, detoxifying, upper spike protein. It's good for your whole body, getting heavy metals out. Methylene Blue Tincture, 40% off. CMOS Gummies, 40% off. Shilajit Gummies, 40% off. Methylene Blue Gummies, 40% off. Ultimate Chill, which is the kava and all the rest of it. You'll be totally calm, but also focused. That goes great with Ultimate Energy. You stack them. And a whole bunch of other big discounts as well. 30% off all apparel. Most of the apparel has like a 75% markup. If it's a small, it costs less, so it's 100%. You buy like an XXL, it's less than 100% markup. It's like 75%. So when you have 30% off of the apparel, we're making like $5 on it. The widest selection of Patriot shirts of every different design, configuration. It is the widest selection. It's over 800 different shirts. It's ridiculous. The new line that I designed is, I think, pretty good. Rebel Scum since 1776. The Betsy Ross flag, less 1984, more 1776. In muscle shirts, a whole bunch of other really cool stuff now at thealexjonesstore.com. I love this lightweight so-called dress shirt, but it's a very special type of shirt from a great manufacturer. It's super lightweight, amazing. We now have the boxer shorts, and they're not boxer like underwear. You know, the classic boxer shorts that aren't long and aren't short. They're just kind of medium. They're my favorite type. I picked these out. I picked the brand. I said, this is not the short I like. And it's you know, what everybody I see wears at the gym. It's just that they're great. And it's got a ring of stars, 1776 on the right hip. Very clean, very nice. We're adding a lot of new apparel at thealexjonesstore.com. And every order right now, and it's about to end in the next few days, it's a free mystery t-shirt. You just put your size in, you get a free mystery t-shirt with every order that's $29 or more at thealexjonesstore.com. That is a hell of a deal right now. We have all these pure Americana beauties. We've got the new white trash collection that we should pull up and show you. That's what I'm calling it, because I always see truckers and stuff wearing it. I mean that affectionately. But it's, you know, a beautiful Daisy Duke or beautiful blonde, beautiful brunette, you know, with 1776 across it, Texas flag, rebel flags, American flags, Gadsden flags. We got a whole bunch of these Texas Rebel limited edition vintage style t-shirt. I love it. These are obnoxious. If you're going to go big. There's a whole line of those bad boys with the beautiful ladies on them right now at thealexjonesstore.com. We have the very best shower filters with the highest ratings, cutting out the most garbage at the lowest price. We've got the silver collectible 250-year anniversary with the amazing, my favorite cross, Jerusalem cross. Those are going to be gone soon. TheAlexJonesStore.com, and you stand with us, and you know that all the great work we're doing is because of you. You are the reason we're here. You are the InfoWar, TheAlexJonesStore.com.
Discover trends and global developments years before they happen, right here on The Alex Jones Show.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is The Alex Jones Show, AlexJonesLive.com. I'm your host, Harrison Smith, sitting in for Alex today. Alex will be off all week, but as you've seen, he hosted the first hour today. He'll be hosting, periodically throughout the week. I'm going to be back in the war room for the rest of the week, although I will be joining Rex Jones on Friday to do a full-fledged breakdown of the Sandy Hook trial. We're working on that behind the scenes. We're going to make it a big production to just settle the misconceptions people have about that once and for all. So we're working behind the scenes on that. It's going to be a very big production on Friday. This whole week is going to be absolutely huge. And of course, today is huge as well. Mark Mitchell joins me. You can follow him on X at Honest Pollster. You can also find The Honest Poll Company at thehonestpoll.com and on X at Honest Poll Co. And we're talking about just the uphill battle that Republicans, conservatives have, if you can even call it that. I mean, this whole thing is so convoluted, but just some headlines from today and yesterday. 100 days until the midterms. Dems lead in polling, GOP in redistricting. Republican enthusiasm problem hits even core voters. Things are not going well. Israel first destroyed the 2024 Trump coalition, shrunk MAGA by about a third, and stripped all of its winning parts, which is just incredibly stupid for us to do. And then I have kind of a funny story here, Mark. So I was sitting yesterday gathering my news, and I saw this tweet from you, and my 3-year-old daughter was sitting in my lap while I did it. She was just like, ooh, I love the red. Red's my favorite color. Look at all the red. And I thought, yeah, you're probably a lot happier than this red, about this red than the Republicans are, because obviously the red is the negative approval for Donald Trump in all of these different brackets and demographics. It's not going well for President Trump or the Republican Party. But at least my 3-year-old daughter is happy that there's so much of the color red when you look at these polls. What is going on, Mark? I mean, it's down across the board, right? I mean, except for white evangelicals who seem to still be supporting him to an absurd degree, everybody else is sort of off the Trump train. Am I wrong about that?
I mean, yeah, but he's lost his big coalition. Now, there are a lot. I mean, that's the most beautiful slide you could possibly put up, because it really shows what's like happening. I think that's the Schofield Bible doing a lot of heavy lifting there, to be honest with you.
Right.
But, you know, everybody keeps seeing these Harry Enton clips where he's like, Donald Trump has the best approval he's ever had among MAGA. And it's like, yep, Donald Trump supporters are going to support Donald Trump when you ask them if they're a Donald Trump supporter, right? And so that doesn't really tell you anything. That tells you that, like, and I said this on Alex Jones, I think back in October of last year, is that the cult was going to get smaller but cultier. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing happen. I think all the crossover Democrats bounced, and then the independents bounced after Epstein, and then he had all the young people bounce when Donald Trump is out there like saying he wants to keep home prices high. And so bit by bit, I think it's been a death of 1,000 cuts. Now, is he the most hated president? No. I mean, depending on what you look at, he's got a 42, 43, 44% approval rating, which quite frankly is about where Joe Biden was for most of the latter half of his term. I mean, that's not great. But then the problem is that I don't think anybody has a really good idea about what's going to happen in the fall. So I don't necessarily think it's going to be a massive blue wave, although that could happen depending on all the exogenous shocks that are out there, like what happens in the market, what happens with Iran. But then at the same time, everybody's saying, well, it's going to be a pretty safe Republican House pickup. I don't think that's the case as well, because I think what you've seen is a trend of Republicans underperforming the polling ever since November 2024. And that's this complete betrayal feeling. That's the loss of complete. This was a movement. There was exuberance here for what the Donald Trump administration was going to bring, and the second one people realized, well, it's not going to bring that stuff. I think a lot of people bounced. We had a question maybe like 2 months ago, and it was, has Donald Trump kept his promises more or less than recent presidents? And 33% said more, 50% said less. So that's saying that a lot of people support him, even though they're acknowledging that he's not really delivering on what he said he would deliver. And the number among Republicans was, I think, only 60% as well. And a lot of the Republicans say that he's not better than his first term. Is it all of them? No. Is it a majority? No. But it's enough of them that when it comes time to turn these people out, they're just probably not going to be there in the same numbers. Now, the reason that this presents a problem is because everybody's looking and saying, well, redistricting has given Republicans a 15 to 20 seat potential pickup. But this is all based on the 2024 election when Trump was on the ballot, when everybody was happy that Trump was on the ballot. Trump's not going to be on the ballot now. And I'm actually pretty fearful at what the Democrats are going to do in September and October. I think a lot of people aren't prepared, the extent to which they are very well funded through Act Blue. And they have a lot of ammunition to go on. And they've actually been, in my opinion, really quiet over the last 12 months as Trump makes a ton of unforced errors. The Democrats actually kind of look sane right now. people are looking at the socialists and trying to focus on Mamdani. We can get into that. I don't think that the socialism is the boogeyman that it used to be, but it's like they're passing housing bills. You know, like they're trying to do bipartisan stuff. They're staying quiet. They're not being crazy. Now, I think they'll get crazy. I think there's going to be a lot of show trial, a lot of real trials that come out. I think we're going to see things like in September, we're going to hear about the antitrust stuff that's been going on behind the scenes. I think people are going to go after like maybe the pardon stuff. And I think there's real things that could get dropped that might, it's like after Biden, the one thing that you had to be was not corrupt, right? So I think in every single way, people feel let down here. You know, I pulled the Chitterelli race. A lot of good pollsters hand him down a point or two. I had him down 6. He finished at -13.
Wow.
And he actually won in my poll with everybody over 40. So you have this young Trump voter that turned out was not a Republican. And I think they're just gone. And the wild thing about the Trump movement, as you recall from 10 years ago, the Trump movement was always very focused on internal purity. And it's like Trump created a set of values. People supported him. They meaned his values. This shows like InfoWars, like we're able to talk about this stuff, right? Like people created means to socialize Trump's new platform, new outsider platform into the traditional Republican voter base. The problem is that if the core values are gone, all that stuff is inauthentic. Trump has lost mean magic. I'm not trying to be provocative or silly here. Like it is a real thing. You have the White House Twitter account putting out all of the Trump memes now, not fans. And the people who are the Trump fans now are all people who have suspicious patterns online that make them look like a foreign influence operation. And that's because there's just like a complete fundamental difference, I think, of opinions about how to handle the domestic and foreign policy situations that we have right now in the Republican Party. And all signs point to the fact that it's going to tear the Republican Party apart because neither of them is willing to give ground on this at all.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, you know, it's really troubling because the other option are literal socialists, and they are clearly, you know, rising in the polls. And, you know, whether you talk about Trump's approval rating and whether his supporters, you know, like what he's doing or not, the enthusiasm is obviously not there. And that's what they're actually relying on to get us over the, you know, finish line there in the midterms. They've expressed this. Well, we'll get Trump out there and people will be motivated to go out and, you know, support him. Nobody that I talk to is motivated to support Trump. And if you aren't, you know, turning out the vote, if you aren't getting people to actually take time out of their day to go vote during the midterms, it's not something people are going to do. I mean, I'm extremely concerned about this. The only reason I'm not as concerned as I would be otherwise is the failure of the Republican Party to do anything valuable anyway. So it's not like I'm like, oh, if we lose this, you know, everything's lost. It kind of feels lost anyway. And now we're looking for another option. I know the Democrats are looking for another option. The latest poll, I guess, is from Fox News, have Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez leading the 2028 Democratic primary field by 22%. Now, Trump has said basically this is good for the Republicans because, oh, you know, most people are saying they don't want the crazy socialists. So it's good that the Democrats are going socialist because then sane people will come over to the Republicans. Do you think there's any validity to that idea? Because I think that is asinine. I think people are going over to the socialists because they're the ones who actually, at the very least, express concern about the economic well-being of the American people. I know that their solutions are BS. You know their solutions are BS, but the Republicans basically are saying, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, stop complaining. And so, of course, the young people are going over to the people who are at least offering them something. So, I mean, what do you think about this idea that the more Democrat socialist the Democrats become, the more sane people will go over to the Republicans? I think that's pie in the sky nonsense.
So about the Democrat primary numbers, it totally depends on whatever the mode the poll is. So an online panel poll is going to find somebody like a Buttigieg or AOC in charge. A mixed mode might find like a Kamala Harris in charge. There's probably some at the head. There are probably some that still have Newsom. And so it's still kind of like a toss-up crapshoot for them. And they're such like cohesive thinkers that there will be some moment where everybody piles behind somebody. That hasn't happened yet. But what has happened is the Democrat Party is increasingly becoming socialistic, like by all measures, like 85 to 90% of them, depending on the polls, say that they're very liberal. And that's just not the way it used to be. They used to call themselves moderates. Liberal used to be a bad word to Democrats, especially back in like the Bill Clinton era. So this is, you know, very long trend that's been increasing. And the Democrat Party is the party of socialism now. But here's the thing about socialism is that we are so entrenched in this sort of boomerism value thing where there's only black and white and there's no gray area or nuance in any of these arguments. And I think the problem we have is that we have something right now that I call boomer capitalism. Right. And what that actually is socialism for corporations and the wealthy. And so I think you have a lot of people under 50 who have been priced out of this market, can't find a job because of immigration. The women are crazy. Like their life literally just kind of sucks, right? Yeah. They can't do anything on a single income like it was possible 40 years ago. And I think these people have like a fundamentally nuanced view that when they hear the words capitalism or socialism, it's not like a real argument. And if they're going to pick socialism for corporations or wealthy or socialism for them, they're going to pick socialism for them. And what is wild, and we also said this on your show back in the fall, not a lot of people had done this work. But I think the last time we ran it, 54% of under 40 Trump voters said that they would vote potentially for somebody who said they were a socialist. And so these days of Republican means capitalism and big business and trickle down supplies economics, like none of this is going to last. It has not served the American people. It's corporate welfare at this point, as I think the stories about what happened with Trump's antitrust are going to show us. The Republican Party is captured by big business donors, period. And you can look at these AOC types and say, okay, well, maybe they're Bolsheviks, but maybe they just really care about Americans. A lot of people are looking at what they say and they're saying, you know, like, they sound like Bernie Sanders, and Bernie Sanders shares a lot of things with J.D. Vance. Like Bernie Sanders is the only person in our matchups last year that was beating J.D. Vance. Of course, now everybody beats him because he's not going to have these Trump coattails. Right. So you're going to see this situation, I think, where the Trump political capital is basically gone. He potentially is a lame duck and going to be just completely hounded by anti-corruption stuff for the last 2 years of his term. I wonder if he finishes in that kind of environment. And then you're going to have this knife fight between essentially J.D. Vance as the continuation of the economic populist parts of Trump's agenda, a domestic policy focus, versus what the establishment wants, which is a foreign policy resume, because they want to continue destabilizing everybody in the Middle East for probably religious cultist reasons. Like, so I just don't see how that equation works out well for Republicans at all. It's just going to be this internal fight. And it's, you know, a lot of people say this. I don't know if I ascribe to this view yet, but people are going to want a Republican Party to be punched severely for the level of betrayal that some people believe that they've seen.
Yeah, and you know, we have headlines like this, and you know, this is just an example of sort of the brazen propaganda that we're being faced with right now. Laura Loomer, who, you know, asked people online what they think about Laura Loomer, she's not contrary to her own, you know, self-aggrandizement, she's not the most popular person on the right by a long shot, but she goes to Ukraine to interview Zelensky, obviously as part of this, you know, push for the establishment to support this utterly suicidal war that Europe and Russia are engaged in. And you've got the Telegraph writing the headline, "Why MAGA Changed Its Mind About the Ukraine War." You know, it's almost like they're just like, if we just pretend, then it will be real. If we just tell everybody that MAGA changed their mind, then that will happen. It's almost like magical thinking they're engaged in. Nobody I know has changed their mind about the Ukraine war. We're all pissed that Donald Trump failed to not only end it, but even meaningfully restrict it. How many times during the campaign and even after he got elected did he say it would take one phone call and the whole thing would be over? Now we're expected to believe that MAGA's awoken to how great the Ukraine war is. I mean, this is the type of tone-deaf, kind of ridiculous propaganda that I guess the Republicans are relying on to get all their followers to fall in line. It's absurd. Nobody I know has changed their mind on Ukraine, just like nobody I know changed their mind on what they wanted Trump to do. Nobody, you know, who's acting honestly is saying, well, I wanted Trump to do that, but, you know, now I realize going to war with Iran was the right thing to do. Nobody's falling for this, but they're pushing it. This propaganda is totally out of whack with the reality on the ground.
Yeah, I think that's correct. And it seems like they're trying to draw a perimeter around their sort of like remaining base and trying to make sure that there's ideological conformity in there. And anybody who doesn't conform to those ideologies is singled out and ostracized, like they're trying to do with Alex, like they're trying to do with Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, and like they've done with a lot of these young people. Again, it's like, well, fine, if you don't believe in the Epstein stuff, I don't want your vote. Like, okay, you're booting people out. And Rich and I both call this, Rich Barris, purification through subtraction. Now, it's obviously not a great way to win politically because you're not building a big tent coalition, but I guess that's not the ends that they're trying to acquire with these means. Now, one could say, like, looking at this, who's the audience of all of this psychological manipulation? I think a case could be made in some ways. It's the Republican Senate and Congress, and specifically Trump, because he talks to Laura Loomer. He talks to Rupert Murdoch. He talks to all of these people on Fox, and it's almost like they're trying to form ranks as part of some elaborate charade. And I'll bring it back to memes. Again, one of the most dangerous memes I've ever seen was the NPC meme from 2018. And that's when the right, like, very astutely pointed out that, look, everybody on the left is just operating as if they are non-sentient human beings operating off the script. That's what MAGA is now.
I remember they banned that. I mean, you couldn't post NPC memes on X. They banned the image of the NPC. That's how powerful that idea was. You're exactly right. And your point about the fact that most pro-Trump memes I see now are literally coming from the White House or from official accounts. That's so true, and I never thought about that. There used to be all over the place. Now they only come from the official accounts, and everybody just sort of mocks it and goes, this isn't working, because they're not even trying to do what we want them to do, which I think is a difference between the first administration, which, hey, maybe we were fools in the first administration, but it at least felt like, hey, here's this, up and coming, political maverick, and of course he's going to run into the establishment, but he's trying, and they're defeating him, but hey, at least he's got the. Now it's like, one bad thing happens during a deportation raid, and it's like, oh, we're so sorry, we're not doing deportations anymore. If they were at least pretending to try, if they were at least going, hey, look, we're going to keep doing deportations, and these judges are getting in the way, but we're going to find a way around. Even if we had the same deportation numbers, if the energy was there, the aggressiveness, the like no holds barred, we're doing this, and sure, it's difficult, but we're going to get. I just don't see that anywhere. I see them giving up on deportations, providing cutouts for the farmers who use illegal immigrants. I see them giving up just practically across the board, focusing entirely on Israel. I mean, again, I don't think you can overstate what a big problem that is. But let me just say, because Alex talked about the fact that, people got very mad that you were telling the truth to Donald Trump and, were able to brief him. But it wasn't your ideas that you're promoting, right? It's not Mark Mitchell and his conception. You are a pollster. You're actually just relaying what the people think. So it's just kind of absurd to be mad at you. It's like, you're just the guy delivering the number. Don't shoot the messenger, right? So, I mean, this is what Americans are thinking. This isn't out of the head of Mark Mitchell. Americans are upset that this is the way things are going.
Yeah, and then again, the pollsters in Trump's administration seem to be focused on cherry picking very selective results to convince Trump to do X or like Y person. And Y person might be a big corporation, it might be a foreign country. And if you understand the context in almost every one of these cases, the opposite has been the case. Like, no, Americans don't want the Iran strike. You could show them that 85% of America doesn't want an Iranian nuke. But then another question I would show is that Iran stack ranks as number 5 on the list of foreign enemies that Americans think they have, or right. Total enemies. So it's like they weren't really clamoring for this. And they literally don't understand public opinion. And I made it very clear, too, like, I'm not saying you can't do the Iran strike, but you have to sell it better. And it has to be, the analogy I use is that imagine Trump is Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey, and he's the guy in the the coattails and the tux in the middle of the main ring of the circus. You can do whatever you want in rings 2 and 3, but guess what ring 1 has to be? Very easy. Economic populism, a pragmatic, conservative, Teddy Roosevelt style economic populism, and reforming the federal government. And that's what I said to him in the fall of last year. If you want to win, you're on track to lose.
Isn't that key? I'm just the Teddy Roosevelt thing, because it's this false dichotomy of you're either for unrestricted capitalism, which is actually corporate socialism, or you're a damn dirty communist. And it's like, what about the American path? What about trust busting like Teddy Roosevelt? I mean, that is such an easy thing for the Republicans to latch onto and go, there's nothing communistic about this. We're preserving people's liberties by protecting their liberties from the corporations. I mean, that's as American as you can get. Why can't they wrap their mind around that, Mark?
I mean, Will Sexton has a really good video about this that explains all the parallels from the Teddy Roosevelt administration to here. They had a problem with immigrants who weren't assimilating. They had a problem with hyphenated Americans. They had a problem with wages being suppressed and corporate oligarchy. It's exactly where we're at now. And Trump, like I talked about last week with Alex, has said that he wants to be on Mount Rushmore, but it's like, well, you have to stand up to all those powerful forces and correct the fundamental problems that we have in America. So people keep blaming the socialists, but it's like, what do you expect these people to vote for? They see the treasury being plundered and they just want some for themselves. Like, I have a hard time really looking at that and saying, well, it's like dangerous or can't vote. Like what do you expect them to do? They have no life. They sit at home playing video games. There's no American exceptionalism because all of our exceptional institutions have been either corrupted or ceded over to frickin' India. Yeah. It's just like, and again, you didn't even really see a lot of, I mean, just anecdotally, people caring about the 250th anniversary of our country. You had a lot of people dunking on the Trump administration's efforts to celebrate it. You know, I mean, like the stuff they were building in the front lawn of the White House to me looked like they were trying to summon Cthulhu, not like celebrating our 250th anniversary.
It's just pathetic. And it's such a disappointment. I said at the time, like on July 4th, it's like, couldn't you imagine? Can't you imagine if things had gone differently, if Trump had just hit the ground running, deportations, economic populism, you know, getting the whole states together, like make the 250th a big deal. It could have really been, you know, this middle of the second administration. We're going strong. Let's keep it going. Instead, it was just this sideshow, pathetic. It really was emblematic of the failure of the Trump second administration. It's just pathetic. Here in the last about minute we have here, just like simple solutions. What, like 3 things the Republican parties could do today? I'd say like H-1B visa restrictions, ramp up deportations, and be public about it. Like, what are the 3 things that the Republican Party could do today to win back at least some of their base or some of the wider MAGA coalition?
Yeah, I think the window is closed and we're going to be gearing up for midterm season. The ads are going to start coming out soon. Congress is gone. But at this point, it was always a question about whether Trump would be able to get a significant portion of his agenda through, especially with the Republicans just so like hunkered down and afraid and cowardly. But at this point, it's just not going to happen. And so if I were Trump and I was going to try and win again, you would want to create this momentum of like, oh man, the old Trump is back. This guy who used to be the king of Twitter because he understood the feedback loop from his supporters and cared about Americans. And that person now can really only do, I think, symbolic stuff between now and, you know, the midterms. And I don't know what that is specifically, but it's like, you're not going to, I guess you could try and do an executive order to cancel H-1Bs, but every single billionaire is going to call his phone off the hook and then they're going to like run ads against him. Sure. Maybe it's making Todd Blanche release the other 3.6 million Epstein files. I just don't know, but he looks captured by the system and he needs to not be captured by the system. And I think there's no way that that's going to happen or get.
Well, I think you're right. I think he needs to arrest Netanyahu. I think if he arrests Netanyahu and goes, guys, that last year and a half was a big mistake. I arrested Netanyahu. Let's get back on track here. Sorry about that Iran war stuff. We're going to settle that and, you know, we'll figure it out. He's got to do something. Incredible stuff. Mark Mitchell at Honest Pollster, on X at Honest Poll Co, thehonestpoll.com. Thank you so much, sir, as always.
At last, it's here. Bring it into the docking bay. Stack them all in my chambers at once. I now have all the AquaPure Ultimate Water Filter shower heads from the Alex Jones store.
There's something about this water I feel kind of funny. Hey, do you want to hang out tonight?
These stormtroopers are not warriors. They are vessels. We keep them full of chemicals to keep them under control. Like the dark side itself, it dulls the mind, it fractures the will.
Drink your water, troopers. I am sending you to the desert planet of Tatooine. We must crush the rebel force.
Dude, I think I'm gay. Me too. Let's go back to the shit and cuddle. That night you'd never ask.
Turn around now and get back out there. These are your orders.
They're turning the frogs gay. Don't let them turn you next. Ha ha ha. You have to admit that Alex Jones is funny.
AlexJonesLive.com. Share the link. Spread the word.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're on hour number 3 now of the Alex Jones Show. I'm your host, Harrison Smith, filling in for Alex today. So have a lot to cover in today's program. I'll be with you here until the War Room begins. I'm going to be joined by Michael Yon this hour, but I'm going to start actually related to something that Mark Mitchell was talking about, which is the basically shifting landscape of politics. A couple videos came out that highlight this beautifully over the weekend. The first is an interview with Elon Musk, who once again shows why he is, whether you like it or not, the only champion of humanity out here saying this type of stuff. And I know people have all sorts of suspicions about Elon Musk. I'm also, not entirely happy with everything, but man, at least he says stuff like this. At least he opened up X. We cannot be thankful enough, I think, for the things that he's done and the way that he has shifted the political landscape himself so dramatically. But here he is on an interview describing how normal people think. Let's watch.
What the normal people?
Okay.
What do you call the far right? Falsely.
You think is the normal person? Okay.
Yes. Literally, you could go back 10 or 15 years, and these policies were completely normal. In fact, one of the tricks that I think is funny. One thing that's quite funny is to take a speech from Obama and Hillary, and then go to someone, say, who's sort of on the sort of what I call the lunatic left, and say, what do you think of the speech by Trump? I'm like, oh wow, he's the worst person ever. Actually, that was a speech by Obama, or actually, that was a speech by Hillary.
I agree. No, I agree that the center of gravity in this country has shifted. Certainly, the Democratic Party shifted to the left. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people like Rupert Lowe. I'm talking about people.
It's actually just normal people. It's just normal people. It's just normal people. And here are the principles. And tell me which of these sound terrible. That we should have secure borders. That we should have safe cities. That we should have sensible spending. Which of those three are far right fringe? And I would like to just admonish you and the media for the absurd characterization of the far right. It is false and misleading and nonsense. Please keep this part in.
We'll keep all of this in.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, round of applause. I love that. She keeps trying to interject. He's just like, oh, hold on. Hold on, I'm not done destroying you and your entire worldview. What about... She knows what he's saying is true. She's lying. And let's illustrate this. Let's actually show a video from about 15 years ago. Let's show Barack Obama what he believed, what he pretended to believe, what he expressed while running for president the first time around. Here's Barack Obama expressing dangerous, far-right, white supremacist, xenophobic, just terrible stuff. Barack Obama, radical right-winger. Let's watch.
This administration, the Bush administration, has done nothing to control the problem that we have. We've had 5 million undocumented workers come over the borders since George Bush took office. It has become an extraordinary problem. And the reason the American people are concerned is because they are seeing their own economic position slip away. And oftentimes, employers are exploiting these undocumented workers. They're not paying the minimum wage. They're not observing worker safety laws. As president, I will make sure that we finally have the kind of border security that we need. That's step number one. Step number two is to take on employers. Right now, an employer has more of a chance of getting hit by lightning than be prosecuted for hiring an undocumented worker. That has to change. They have to be held accountable. Start shedding some light on the problem, and we can once again be a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants. That's what I intend to do as president of the United States.
Wow, I had no idea. Barack Obama hated brown people. I mean, you have to hate brown people to want basic border security, right? So do they just not understand this anymore? How do you go from understanding the effects of illegal immigration depressing American wages to not understanding? How do people get stupider as time goes on? They're all just pretending, folks. You keep it tuned right here where we actually tell you the truth and what we actually believe, not just play all of these stupid games. So yes, Elon Musk absolutely knocking it out of the park, humiliating the left and pointing out everything we believe is normal. Actually, we're the normal ones.
I see you sitting there on that couch every damn day watching the fight, but never throwing a punch for the cause. We're in the ring for you. Now you get in it for us. I don't got a lot of money, but I give what I can. These bottles right here, they fuel the fight. Alex is out there swinging for us. Least I can do is swing back. Yo, Alex, thanks for having me on the show today. Of course, we got to have a champ on the show.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance. Live from Austin, Texas, you're listening to The Alex Jones Show.
Welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is The Alex Jones Show. I'm your host, Harrison Smith, sitting in for Alex Jones today. Please do support us by going to thealexjonesstore.com, making a purchase and keeping us on the air and in the fight, and of course getting the incredible guests that we get. I'm about to be joined by Michael Yon, but let me lay the table for you first, set the table for you here, just the latest of what's happened over the weekend in the war in Iran. Iran's foreign minister has announced that Zelensky's drone strike on an Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea will receive a response from Iran. Russia and the European Union have been notified. So yes, it looks like we are really getting into a world war here. Things are spiraling out of control as the Houthis as well get involved, despite Riyadh's claims that all Iraqi-launched drones were intercepted. Okay, so the Iraqi-based Iran-sponsored militias are also getting involved in this. So, I mean, we're really seeing across the board things heat up. Riyadh's claim that all Iraqi-launched drones were intercepted over eastern Saudi Arabia. Satellite imagery reportedly shows a large plume of smoke arising from the Aramco oil processing facility at Al-Qaik. I think that's how you pronounce it, Abqaiq? Not sure. But obviously this is, basically they're just taking huge portions of the global energy supply offline, possibly permanently, but certainly at an increased clip. Satellite imagery backs up reporting of damage at Aramco's key crude oil processing plant. And you see actually the satellite imagery, there's just this giant smear of black smoke still can be seen to this day. This was earlier today, this was posted. It's a critical node in Saudi's oil industry, processing a huge portion of the country's crude before it's shipped for export. Basically, this was one of the ways they were trying to get around the Strait of Hormuz. That has basically been eliminated. Trump shelves Iran strike over U.S. missile shortage. That's a story from AlexJonesLive.com. Reported in a bunch of different ways by a bunch of sources. Top U.S. military commander in Middle East advised halting Hormuz bombing. That, again, because of a critical shortage of stockpiles. Trump holds off major escalation as advisors raise concerns. U.S.-Iran war pauses for second straight day. Trump has canceled plans to sharply escalate the war in Iran over concerns that Iranian attacks could dangerously drain the Pentagon's already diminished stockpile of Patriot anti-missile interceptors and other air defense munitions in the Middle East is close to zero, per the New York Times. They're basically retreating into Jordan and sort of bringing all of the material we have across the whole Middle East right into Jordan and Israel, sort of consolidating. That could have good and bad strategic consequences. Israel expected Trump to bomb Iran last night, but then he let Tehran off the hook. We'll get into that. So, I mean, a lot of the same stories. Of course, Matt Bracken reporting on this as well. Saudi-led coalition just pounded Houthi targets. Oil tanker explodes after hitting naval mine in the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, things, long story short, things are nowhere near over. There only seem to be increasing and expanding and growing. And now we are combining the Ukraine and Iranian conflict. As Michael Yon has taught us before, all conflicts come down to, let me see if I get this right, resources, routes, and religion. Did I get it? Are those the 3 R's? Michael, I think I do. So we're going to break down how exactly this is going to progress moving forward. They're also talking about doing computer simulations to determine whether the U.S. could invoke the draft. I mean, things are really getting off the rails here. Michael Yon hopefully can help us make sense of it. You can follow him on X at Michael_Yon. That's Y-O-N. MichaelYon.com, MichaelYon.locals.com as well. Once again, thank you for coming on. Welcome to the show, sir.
Oh, thanks, Harrison. But don't use locals, please. We're trying to get off of locals, and it's actually difficult to do. Weirdly, I'm on Substack. Anyway, I hate to diss locals like that, but I'd like to get off of your platform if you'll let us off. So anyway, it's a weird thing.
All right, so give us the Substack so I can correct it here.
Substack is my name, Michael Yon or Big Honey. Michael Yon, Y-O-N, Yankee Oscar November. There you go. And notice that post right there, Zionist forces may close Strait of Hormuz. That was July of 2025. And look, that's what's happened, right?
Yep.
And because, I mean, it's really obvious what they're doing. The war is not going to end, right? And when we talk about the combination of the Ukraine-Russia war with the Iran war, they were already, this is the same war. It's the exact same war. There is no separation, right? And that they might be shooting openly against each other now is a revelation to many people, but it's the exact same war. This war is not going to stop. This war was going on before any of us were born. This war was going on before the United States was born. This is a process war. And it's a war of process, basically. But you see some of the areas like Hormuz or Strait of Malacca or Panama. These are all part of the same structure right now. Some of the places like Panama, like Hormuz, like Malacca, these are standing wars. A standing war being like a standing wave, right? A standing wave that just is there, right? So there's always going to be fighting for the foreseeable future, and has been for the last at least 500 years, say for Panama, right? Now there's been a century of relative peace when America was there in charge of the Panama Canal. However, we actually made Panama off of a piece of Colombia. We sponsored a rebellion, November 3rd, 1903. We created Panama so we could make the Panama Canal. Routes and resources, right? Keep in mind, routes, resources, and ideology. Ideology is about human resources, and human resources are the #1 resource on planet Earth. That's why so much effort goes into information war. Info wars. It's massive. With human resources, you can get all the other resources. You mentioned before on your previous, like about 15 minutes ago when you were talking, that basically America is being dumbed down. The world is being dumbed down. That's an attack on human resources. The United States is clearly being dumbed down. There's many books about it. And this has been going on since at least maybe the 1890s, but now it's in full force. I mean, it's quite big. And that's why, anyway, not to go into this, but at the end of the day, human resources are the #1 resource. The war that we're looking at now, or let's say the latest iteration of it, let's say inflection point, is so big that it's hard to miss, but it's been going on. The death jabs are part of the same thing that we see in Strait of Hormuz. It's the same exact war. These are just different weapons being employed and deployed in different ways, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, Harrison, I'll go on for hours, and thanks for having me on. It's like 3 a.m. here, and I'm ready to roll.
Oh, well, we appreciate you making the time for us. And of course, I had to request you on with all of these developments. And it's funny, I actually put a tweet out yesterday, I think, where I said, you know, as I try to think back to like what actually started this conflict, now that Ukraine and Iran are actually actively shooting at each other, it's like, okay, you got to go, you know, past Midnight Hammer, past October 7th, all the way to the Ukraine war. So now you got to go back to Maidan. If you're going back to Maidan, that sort of involves the whole like Syrian uprising. You've got the basically attempting to recreate all of the Middle East. You got Libya in there. It's like you go back and back and back and back. And I said, basically, we've been at the same war since 1913. You're taking it even further back, which I think is appropriate as well. But obviously, things have come to a head in a lot of ways. And the headline from Drudge today was stuck. The headline I think I wrote for, you know, talking about Iran war, you know, just said no way out. There's no way out. And actually, everything we've done seems to have gotten worse. So just a few more like headlines from the weekend. This again just shows you whether it's incompetence or deliberate destruction that the Trump administration is bringing to the world order. U.S. intelligence assesses that Iran's new supreme leader Khamenei is far more interested in a nuclear weapon. Of course, we knew this, but just to compile them all together, you've got, oh, we wanted to stop the nuclear weapon. Well, now it's more likely than ever. The current level and type of U.S. strikes have likely failed to meaningfully affect the Iran regime's willingness to pursue and secure its strategic objectives with force, including long-term control of the Strait of Hormuz. So in other words, this key takeaway from the Institute of the Study of War is that everything we've done to try to belittle Iran's control of the region has in fact expanded and accelerated and grown their influence and control. Iran, meanwhile, rejects a U.S. ceasefire proposal that was delivered by the Iraqi prime minister. So obviously no way out there, no diplomatic way out with that agreement. Oil stocks, meanwhile, in the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve have fallen by 5.5 million to the lowest level since 1983. I think we only have a couple days left, in fact, of the oil reserve before it is completely empty.
The district attorney's office has not just overreached with their powers, they've refused my due process in order to entrap me, increase penalties, and overall pose as God's wrath. The county district attorney has conned members of other branches in other counties into participating in a conspiracy against civil rights. That includes the judge with whom I will be speaking. So I need to say, in my opinion. Running out of room here. In a conspiracy against American civil rights. See if they can rattle off those fucking. See if they know what the fuck the penalty for that is. It's supposed to be a 10-year prison sentence. I think if I fight hard enough, I might be able to get a county district attorney, a judge, and about 6 fucking deputies. A 10-year fucking prison sentence. Which pro bono lawyer is going to do this without requiring Chinese paper stamped at a private Jewish company? Probably not very many. So I'm just going to put in for dismissal. I'm just going to put in for dismissal of the charges, not send them all to fucking prison for 10 years, bitch. You know what I mean? Turn up the volume to the brightness up. It's a traffic ticket. It's just a traffic ticket. You shouldn't have gone to jail for it.
I've had enough of these folks. They're a bunch of Christian murdering scum, running giant death factories, keeping babies alive, peddling their body parts. What else you gotta know about these folks? I head out to confront these scum. They literally slither up from under rocks. They got green looking skin. They dance around hollering, we love Satan. We wanna devour babies.
I kill my kids.
I caught them on video.
I grew up
Hillary's keeping the creepy with 6 stuff, man. She crashes in the same room with that creepy weird old chick whose mom does a hood over her head. That chick number 1 is over. Picture how rank she smells, man. I told her and Obama just reek. Obama and Hillary both smell like sober. Vampire pot-belly goblins are shambling around, hunting us down. My spirit is that evil and I'm feeling it. With such self-centered crap, we don't even spot hell itself surging up against us. Millions of blood-and people of the absolute worst kind, and I'm furious. We gon' stab you, we gon' stab you all like your son. We gon' stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief gon' declare. We love our Somali, we love our Muslims. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh.
posted to X, Alex Jones, and Rumble in the next hour. Be sure and get it and share it. Very important piece of cultural work that's been recreated thousands of times and gotten hundreds of millions of views. It'd be a shame if you went to Alex Jones when it gets uploaded and shared it. It'd be a shame if you shared the live feed right now, Alex Jones on X or at Rumble, rumble.com/Alex Jones Show Live.
I'll start with sexual Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Dude said, the Azov Battalion. Did they ever leave? Alex said, well, we know they have a hit list and they're in our country. He said, what about those Chinese workers to fix the bridge? Did they ever leave?
Jones Plantation. Everybody should watch that movie, by the way. Andrew Triglia and his crew, those guys, that's an incredible movie. And Barnum World, too. Have you seen the Jones Plantation? It was Doug Casey told Misako and me that we should watch that. And then we watched it with Doug.
Tell me about it.
The Jones Plantation is basically everything you always talk about. It's like you got to watch it, man. And the Jones Plantation is basically InfoWars in a movie form. And, you know, talking about how we've only got 37 seconds, but at some point, you should get the producer on. I can introduce you in 5 minutes to it.
Well, about 37 seconds. This is commercial free. We've got to write wherever we want.
Okay.
But in the last 5 minutes in closing, you've brought up a lot of fascinating points. Tell us about right after you graduated from Special Forces in that bar fight where you killed the guy. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was 19 and I just got through Green Beret training and I went up to Ocean City, Maryland, and I got attacked by somebody who had actually attacked 3 other people that day, and I was the third one. And keep in mind, I was 19 years old and I was, I weighed maybe 160, but underneath my shirt, I was built like Rambo. I mean, I was extremely athletic, like very serious. And I just got through selection days before, actually. But as an athlete, as a kid, people would basically, that's why when I got on my 2 different Special Forces A teams, they called me Bam Bam because I was so strong, right? And it was kind of, as my Special Forces cousin would call it, he said I was retard strong. And I don't know how I got that strong, actually, but because I never used steroids. But anyway, what I'm getting to is I look like I was like 14 years old. And actually people in the Army would make fun, like, did you steal your father's uniform? I mean, because I look like I'm like 14 years old. But I was.
It just keeps popping up with the notification.
Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones.
He switches around the car. The United States with numbers. Across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington. The United States wins the gold medal here in Milan. 1 minute, 41 seconds into overtime.
It's all about our country right now. I love the USA. I love my teammates. It's unbelievable. The USA Hockey Brotherhood It's so strong. And we had so much support from ex-players. I'm so proud to be American today.
This was such an incredible game to grind out. I mean, you're bleeding right through it just looking at you right now. Can you just talk about how difficult this gold medal was to win?
Unbelievable game by Hellebuck. He was our best player tonight by a mile. Unbelievable game. Unreal game by our team. That's just a ballsy, gutsy win. That's American hockey right there. That's a great Canadian team, but we're USA. We're so proud to be American. Tonight was all for the country.
What does this gold medal mean to USA Hockey?
It's everything. Like I said, the USA Hockey Brotherhood means so much. Look at these guys. We're such a team. We've been together for 2 weeks. We're such a team. The USA Hockey Brotherhood is so strong, and we're so proud to win for our country.
We're so strong. We're so strong. Proud day for America. Welcome back to Sunday Night InfoWars Live, the Alex Jones Show. I'm your guest host, Royce White. I'm here in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. What a proud day to be American. God bless you, Mr. Hughes. Game-winning goal, euphoric moment. Could end up being an iconic moment in American history. I mean, a lot of people in the InfoWars audience understand the info war that has been waged against us and the entire world, for the most part, about the conflict, the ongoing Cold War, has the threat of turning hot now, or you could say it's already turned hot there in Ukraine. But regardless, the 1980 miracle had a bunch of political propaganda around it, and we were in a Cold War with Russia. There's no doubt about it, which made the Miracle on Ice a significant moment in American history. The last time the men's hockey team won the gold medal, we were fighting the communists, at least in theory. We beat the communists. Russia was a communist nation at the time. A return of the gold medal in men's hockey to America, and we defeat the communists again. Poetic justice. Last time we won the gold, we defeated the communists, and today, 2026, almost 50 years later, we defeat the communists again there in Canada. Special moment. Should give you goosebumps. We're going to talk about sports, hockey, my deep respect for the hockey players. I'm a Minnesota boy, so I grew up around hockey. I never played hockey, but I grew up.
And now our coming attractions.
I don't know about you, but I'm concerned with what's happening in this world. We have got to realize we're being conditioned on a mass scale. Start challenging this corporate slave state. Hey, look, it's all whoa. We love you, Alex. I'm concerned with the structure. I'm concerned with the systems of control. Those that control my life. Those that seek to control it even more. Hey, Libtard, Rachel Maddow called. He wants his shirt back.
You, Alex, suck my
What a bunch of garbage, liberal, Democrat, conservative, Republican. It's all under control on two sides of the same coin. Two management teams getting for control the CEO job of Slavery Incorporated. Uh-oh, Antifa speedball. Move, bitch! Get out of the way! The truth is out there in front of you, but they lay out this buffet of lies. I'm sick of it, and I'm not going to take a bite on it. Do you got me? We're going to stand up, and we're going to be human beings. We're going to get fired up about the real things, the things that matter. Creativity and the dynamic human spirit that refuses to submit. I want to break down the new world. I want freedom. That's what I want, and that's what Jason wants.
AlexJonesLive.com, because there is a war on for your mind. Reality starts here. AlexJonesLive.com. Share the link. Spread the word.
You do not help fund resistance. You sit comfortably. You consume. You watch. You wait for others to fight the battle for you. The dark side has you firmly in its grasp. Every day, you remain on the sidelines. my power grows stronger. Continue believing someone else will save the galaxy. It pleases me greatly.
Hi, folks. Doc Bigley here. And today we're going to get to know our H2O. Billy, what kind of water do you drink?
Why, tap water, of course. Ma says it keeps my teeth sparkly white.
I'm sorry to say it, Billy, but your mother is either plain ignorant or worse, a communist. Let me explain. Tap water used to be safe.
Drink. The communist subversives in our government. It just keeps popping up with iPhone storage full.
To drink, but communist subversives in our government introduced fluoride into our nation's tap under the guise of dental health, when in reality, fluoride lowers your IQ, calcifies your pineal gland, and makes you susceptible to anti-capitalist mind viruses.
So you're telling me I'm a sap if I drink tap?
Yes, you are, Billy. Yes, you are. But don't despair. We found a solution. Follow me. I'd like to tell you a tale of two frogs. Frog number one has only ever drank unfiltered tap water, chock full of fluoride. Observe him listening to satanic music, abusing substances, and engaging in other perversions.
Look, Doc, they're trying to play leapfrog. They're pretty bad at it, though.
Avert your eyes, Billy. Let's continue. Meanwhile, frog number two has only ever drank water that has been filtered for fluoride and other impurities. What a happy frog family.
Spill the secret, Doc. How do you get rid of the communist poisons?
With the new water filter system from the AlexJonesStore.com.
Say, Doc, may I have a glass?
Why, certainly. Well, that's just swell. No water in the water filter. Listen, I'm not mad at the crew, but I asked for real water in here 30 minutes ago and never got it.
Crew's in trouble again.
By the way, I looked at my sheet wrong. Errol Musk is on next hour, which is okay because I want to take calls today, cover all this other news. I covered 4 stacks. I got about 20 more. It's all massive. We'll look at the war on the West and take your phone calls. We're going to open the phones up for first-time callers on the war on the West. No one can deny it. How do we win the war?
The banned man in America, Alex Jones.
I want you all to know something. Alex Jones was right.
Alex is right about far more than is wrong.
Alex has been right on for over a decade.
I don't care how you slice it, dice it, flip it up, or rub it down. Alex Jones was right.
Think about how frustrated we are if you've been awake for a year or two. Imagine being like an Alex Jones or those guys who've been awake for like decades.
Alex Jones called this years ago. Years ago.
Alex Jones never bought the Russia hoax, not for a second.
You are one of the great thinkers of this.
You are a martyr to the First Amendment.
The government fears Alex Jones.
That's why the globalists hate me, is because I'm exposing their corporate worldwide tyranny.
We now take you live to the Central Texas Command Center in the heart of the resistance. It's Alex Jones.
We're now into hour number 2. Next hour, Errol Flynn, father of Elon Musk, joins us. I was looking at the sheet wrong. Apologize for that. Very iconoclastic, very interesting and smart, you could say eccentric. We'll talk about the war on the West and how do we defend the West? How do we stop this takeover? And as a prelude to that, I want to open the phones up on the war on the West. Who's running it? How we win it? Why is there a war on the West? If you know that, you understand that the globalists can't have a competing system of private property and freedom and a large middle class and meritocracy and competition and rugged individualism and maverick spirit. And so with the 250th anniversary of our great republic, really only being 48 hours out, depending on your time zone, it's important to know why the ideals and values of America and Christianity are under attack, and capitalism. You've got to know who your enemy is. You've got to know what they're targeting and why, because when you know what they're against, it's anything that's going to make us independent and strong and not domesticated. So here's the number to join us. We're doing first-time callers on the war on the West, who our enemies are, how we counter it, because it's the big corporation, it's the BlackRock, WWII, that is waging war against the third world, doing the lockdowns. That at Gallup polls, 90+% of people coming here in the big migrant flows were because they shut them down for years, wouldn't let them go work on their farms or businesses. I feel sorry for all these several people, but then they get to the UN refugee centers on average for 6 months. Mainly military-age men is who they accept, 90% on average. Then they're filled with hate of the West. Told you're going to have all the women, all the free stuff. It's going to be great. You're going to conquer. I have hundreds of clips of the Muslims saying that, the North Africans, all of it. So they're literally picking certain people, low IQ, criminal records, military-age men, and sending them to not even be a replacement migration or to have new workers.
Yeah, regular politicians cuck to foreign enemy invading terrorist organizations. They don't beat them single-handedly, like moi. Like I do. Okay. I don't want to sound too arrogant, but they cuck to them. They allow themselves to so easily be held hostage. I mean, how are you going to so easily allow yourself to be held hostage by foreign enemy invaders? But a Mexican cartel member has tried to murder me 4 times. You'd think failing the 3rd time would have. Some people just don't get it. This is Cherokee Nation. This is Wichita, Sedgwick, Kansas. This is Christian territory. I think Satanists don't quite understand that, you know? They just don't get it. And that would be Visine in alcohol, poison in food, poison in joint, and poison in a pill. I was fucking talked into taking half of because she said, "Oh, it'd be so good for your personality." Yeah, I know who. I know both people who might have an interest in taking me out. That'd be her and him. So Stupid prostitute got fucking used by the cartel and failed in her fucking job too. So anyway, I've single-handedly beaten entire foreign enemy invading terrorist organizations, while politicians allow themselves to be fucking held captive, captured, cut, and submit to them and vote for them. I mean, they allow the foreign invading terrorist organization members to dictate how they vote. We're not doing that. We're not doing that while I'm in office. So skip everyone else on the ballot and write me in. James Lee Gillenwater for the Mayor of Wichita, the Sheriff of Sedgwick County, the Governor of Kansas, and the President of the United States. I'm running popularly. They're not going to Fed surrect us, state surrect us, county surrect us, or city surrect us. They're not going to surrect us. When we win our popular vote, we do not allow them to deny us office. We, by we, I don't mean, you know, me. So. Just me, that is. By we, I don't mean just me. Yeah, the dogs are in my dad's car. He's following right behind me. We're not going very fast. He's following right behind. I gotta try to ease back on the gas, or else it slams. The tranny engine slams. The tranny throws a fit sometimes. Just kidding, it doesn't. No, it's good. It's good. I love it. There's just a mount or something about when you brake and then gas again, the car has to finish braking, get to the neutral position, and then start gassing again. Yeah, the engine's not a tranny. Tie my truck down. Azov Battalion. Did they ever leave? The Chinese coming to work on the bridge. Did they ever leave? There's Chinese coming across the border right now. Why in the fuck are Chinese people coming across the border in San Diego right now? The border's not closed. Why isn't the border closed? Oops. And that's the thing. I need to coast around corners more. Or something. Okay. This is the next stopping point. And cool, I'm still at half temp. If we do it smartly, I don't even let it get hot or even past the halfway mark. Just strategically drive about 3 miles at a time. Find a good place to park. This is, I have no radiator. I completely pulled the radiator. There's no conversation. There's no asking about coolant. Now I can run some, I could attach a hose to the engine and run some water in there real quick from the top and have it just blast out the bottom or the side. And I bet that would hella cool it. I haven't even tried doing that yet. Maybe just gradually poured. Oh, and all I keep is distilled. All I like to drink is distilled because I don't rely on bottled water companies for my electrolytes. I go ahead and pink Pakistani salt or pink Himalayan has 84 minerals. So when you have 84 minerals, you're not too concerned with 916. Yep. Actually chewing tobacco. Not playing. Dear diary, they lie about everything. Dan Bongino. So I think I noticed that, I mean, for the past almost month, and there's something in my eye. Not that, no, but yeah, no, for the past month, nobody's been able to hear the same show I can hear coming out of in the live stream. Really? And yeah, I'm chewing tobacco. It's like a grown man salad. It's 100% U.S. grown. And so this is 100% U.S. grown. That one's organic. That one's natural. Sometimes organic just means you paid to jump through hoops. So anyway, that's a dirty mirror. Is there something in my... Not really, actually. A little bit of like newly formed foamy white stuff. But a little bit of, I guess you would call a sleeper. Not that much. I brushed my teeth right before bed last night, and then I started smoking again. Then I woke up and started smoking and chewing. I haven't even had coffee yet. So while I'm chewing tobacco and smoking, do I go ahead and make coffee and drink it? Or do I brush teeth in between? Either one. Like I said, I just did like 6 hours ago. So, but I did sleep. And this coffee pot's kind of staring me in the face. Let's just put some tobacco on there. Oh, these little dogs. Dad, my dad better keep. How you doing? That's cool. He's got these little pit bulls. You good? He's got these little bulldogs. Huh? Yeah, they're getting distracted by mine that are barking. He done pulled off. That's how bad they're barking in his car. That's funny. He's gonna circle the block. I understand. He's gonna repark. Oh shit. He's just getting them away from those dogs. I was doing some weird stuff, put some tobacco, purposely putting brown tobacco between my teeth. Let me see. Because it's not bad. It's not bad. Let's check it out. Well, that's bad. I swallowed a lot of it. Didn't even want to stick to the teeth, really. Yeah, there's some right there. All right. Got the tobacco in there now. All right. Now we're ready to put some coffee in there. You ever chew tobacco and coffee grounds at the same time? I suppose if you didn't have any water, you'd have to. Fresh. Woo! You wouldn't need much coffee, right? I mean, that would cut down on the amount. I could envision that, where as long as I had it, I'd be willing to do that once in a while. But, you know, I mean, I'd just rather not be out of tobacco, coffee, and cannabis. I need to make rope.
I know how to make rope from any fibrous plant, but cannabis is the best. Cannabis is the best. Hemp, the hemp portion, obviously, right? You smoke the other part. But this is with my governorship, where all Kansans will be farming unlimited quantities of coffee, tobacco, and cannabis. Hour 1 of day 1 via executive order. What, some judge gonna injunct me? I'm gonna show you the relationship our branches are supposed to have. It's called checks and balances. You try to check me, I'm gonna balance you. Got it? And so if a judge doesn't attempt to immediately injunct me, are the cops going to listen to some judge or their actual boss, the governor? You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean? So, other than that, other than the failed judicial injunction or fake judge injunction, the legislature, the state legislature, can, if it follows with federal, I'm speaking from federal knowledge about my state, and so I could be wrong, but we'd have at least 3 months to grow unlimited quantities of coffee, tobacco, and cannabis. By then, we'd actually have plants, and that's a life. That's God's beautiful creation. And to be quite frank, we're just going to say it's called checks and balances. Before the legislature properly comes in and says, nah, that executive order is not going to fly. Which is essentially, it's essentially proposing a bill and you're passing it through the House and the Senate of your state. That's what a governor can do. And so read this description, the executive orders in the middle, approximately the middle portion of the description. I've cut it down. I took out the, which is really good, the spiel about how Jesus was actually a vampire slayer, a righteous slaughterer of satanic sacrificers. You see, you know what I mean? The whole millstone around the neck thrown in the ocean thing was not just a hypothetical posit. You know what I mean? Huh. But you'd have to read all that just to get to the part where I say what I'm going to do for my state as governor. So I really need to make that boom. Wait, this guy wants to give people these rights back? Because that's what it is. We have God-given rights. We don't have rights given by man. We have rights taken away by man. They're posing as God's wrath. That's literally what the fuck is going on here.
Children for every 2 adults to even replace the population. If you don't, it collapses. White people were 10% of the world population just a few decades ago. Now we're 7%. But we're told white people caused the problem, just get rid of them. But it's targeting white people. The engine did. The temperature did go above half. So that was good. Sometimes it settles in. Sometimes the gauge takes time to catch up. It's very important to know. That's why you shouldn't let it touch the red, because it's actually already beyond the red. The gauge just hasn't fully detected it yet. So right now, I think we'll be here for another 15 minutes, and then we'll do another 3-mile drive, another 15 minutes, and then I'll be at my destination today with my dad's help. It's not even hot right now, but I'm in the shade, but he's got the dogs in his
a newer air-conditioned vehicle. So last night the cop said, "How do you drive this thing?" He said, "You can't drive this." He said, "You cannot leave this parking lot." He said, "You cannot drive this." He said, "You have to get this towed." He said, "You need to get a ride and get out of here, or you need to get this towed." And I was like, "Well, okay, I'll call my dad." So I called my dad. And then we decided we'll tow it in the morning. And so right now, you could say we're towing or tandem driving it right now. You could say we're towing it right now. Nice fucking blonde over there. Some titty. She made herself. Anyway, I don't have my contacts, and I shouldn't say that. Plus, my dad's parked right behind me. What am I thinking? Oh my gosh. I'm trying to raise my dad's tea. Trying to drop his gut. It's already hanging pretty low. I mean, trying to lose that gut. Trying to help my dad get him to lose his gut. Other than that, he's like taller and thicker than I am. But I'm so many more multiverses and timelines athletic. I'd imagine he's got to have some stronger body parts than me, since he is bigger and he carries around much more weight. But there's different dynamics when if you can move around. If you can move around, there's different dynamics. It's not going to be a fat person grabs you and sits on you, or lays on you in any way or whatever. So yeah, you've heard so many stories about how a fat guy won a fight by sitting on the motherfucker or falling on him and shit or whatever. And I'm just speaking broadly. Just speaking broadly now, you know. Somebody did tell me a story about yeah, little skinny dude was winning until he fucking tripped over a hole and the fat one just landed on him, just thrust his body on him. Shit. Footwork. Fencing. Dancing and fencing. Lomachenko's dad made him do 4 years of traditional Ukrainian dancing before he allowed him to box. And then he became champion. Joe Rogan, just talking about him. Every episode, probably 10 years ago. It's been a little while, hasn't it? Eight or 10 years ago. Not too many other politicians single-handedly defeating entire foreign enemy invading international terrorist organizations. And their embeds our enemy within. all depends on whether the village lets the enemy thrive within, continue to or not. So that's all that is. Wait till I'm in charge of the village. No more sky spraying via my executive order. If it's violent, I see, because I need to specify. I should just say farmers are going to shoot you down as soon as I'm elected. When you violate my executive order, our farmers will have the right to take you down with shoulder fire if you spray the Kansas skies. If you violate my executive order, my farmers will take you down with shoulder fire. Or anyone outside of the city limits who's in the militia, who's in one of our 105 county militias, also stood up hour one of day one after inauguration under my Kansas governorship. James Lee Gillenwater, Gillenwater. You have to write it in because they're not going to put me on the ballot. I don't have the $2,000 and 5,000 signatures to get put on the ballot. So you have to write me in. Now, can write-in candidates fully campaign just like everybody else? Just not have a spot at the primaries, have a debate at the primaries, give a speech at the primaries, and end up with their name on the ballot. So I think we still have the right to spread the word about how we want to run. We still have the right to spread the word at a grassroots level, whether it be through signage, post-its, text messages, emails, DMs, social media, or live streams. This is just like me putting a sign on a very slow intersection. I need to go ahead and put a sign. I need to go ahead and put a few signs on busy intersections and see if I don't get a fucking call for my arrest or something because I didn't put in for the proper I don't know. I just don't see anybody with the balls to campaign for fucking governor, ma. And it's not just, it's for what interests? I'm tired of being poisoned. When I realized me and I and everyone I know are being poisoned, I want to stop it. There they go. They're barking. They're hella barking at my dad, right next to my dad. He's having a heck of a time back there with him. Oh, man. But yeah, let's see if we can do a few things here. Let me see. This is a pack of bacon. It just might have some drops on. They just won't stop. Oh my gosh. Mama dog is just still barking inside his car. Oh my goodness. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 This built our country. So we'll all be farming unlimited quantities, quantities, parcels and sects of land of coffee, tobacco, and cannabis. And we will have homesteading access again in Kansas with my governorship. No more China and Bill Gates owning a bunch of land. We Kansans will have homesteading access now with my governorship. You have to skip everyone on the ballot and write me in. Read the description.
transmission from deep in the heart of Texas, the U.S. resistance against a global corporate combine, empowered and funded by communist China, allied with the big mega banks.
That's why I've gotten more playing my videos off of this phone. That's the only thing that saved me. Because when I'm streaming, because to me, I can hear Rumble playing out of that phone, and I'm live streaming from that phone. So I'm like, okay, it's picking up the audio. But apparently, it just doesn't pick up audio anymore. If I play something, which is like stream something, and live stream on the same device, if I stream and live stream on the same device, there's no audio input. But I can hear everything just fine and see myself on camera, and it just, nobody knows what the fuck's going on. Is that really has that really been the case? That's why maybe I'll just come on and play these videos for an hour every day.
Set up Communist China in 1949. The Communist Chinese have taken control of U.S. telecommunications infrastructure. The Communist Chinese have taken control of Hollywood. The Communist Chinese have taken control of the main universities. This is all confirmed. This is not a drill. Big tech in Silicon Valley is almost completely run by the Communist Chinese government. They've officially become state-run. Apple, 100%. Google is now making the transition and announcing a merger and total worldwide censorship. They are now beta testing using me as the straw man, a demonized version of Alex Jones, to do that. This is happening. This is not like the other probes before that were meant to get you used to probes and censorship, thinking you would adapt to censorship by just putting up with it. Now this attack is thousands and thousands and thousands of times the magnitude of all previous attacks. This is a titrated dose, reverse psychological warfare operation using adapt and overcome subversion paradigm manipulation. In layman's terms, they are manipulating
the fact that we adapt to being oppressed. We adapt to being oppressed at the low dosages of oppression. So now when the megaton hits us,
the fact that we adapt to being oppressed. We adapt to being oppressed at the low dosages of oppression. Now when the megaton hits us of the total takeover, we try to adapt to the poison infusion instead of not knowing it's a lethal dose if we accept the dose. Total Internet of Things, integration, global social score, complete command and control system. It is the virtual reality AI weapon system now attacking the United States with traitors inside the major security agencies.
that's a good way to attack somebody. Have them completely unaware that their audience hears nothing that they're fucking hearing for hours and hours and hours, day after day. What the fuck? I thought it was just a fucking live stream that picked up audio and video. What the fuck, man?
Blocking Trump's resistance of the program and attempting to stop us from removing the tentacles of the Chi-Com/Big Tech banking combine emergency situation.
Okay.
I have been chosen for destruction because
spray
I
bottle.
use this information and have been battering, ramming it out as much as I can. They want to double use me as they always do in any complex system of mathematical deception, where every angle of my good is turned against us. So they take what I've said, being sincere, build me into an insincere person in the straw man. I'm a person that cares about life and children and is against these wars. And so they make me a murderer of children. And then they build me into this lie to then set the distraction while they're actually censoring all of you to make a debate about Alex Jones. So even if I didn't sell out to them, they now use me as an archetype to serve them by being the main distraction. I have now been captured by the enemy in the information warfare fulcrum and is being used against you. Only your full understanding of this key will break you free from this paradigm. I have given you the transmission. Now break free.
I have sworn upon the altar of God, eternal.
That was big. That was too big of a drag. It was non-filtered.
Tyranny over the mind of man.
But anyway,
Thomas Jefferson.
here's how you.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are.
If you know what I'm talking about, if you know what I'm talking about here, here's how you get a flint. Yeah, for a Zippo too. This is if you need a flint for a clipper or a Zippo, you just take a Bic. That thing was about to pop out already. You just take a Bic in your hand, pull the spindle out slowly so that spring releases. Oh wow. I feel like a fucking geologist finding a gem and shit. Finding a fucking one of those egg-shaped things they fucking flip out about. Oh, and they saw it open, and it's like a crystal cavern with its own atmosphere and shit. Yeah, we can make a lot of fucking fires with this. So guess where this goes? Anytime you find an empty lighter, that might be a free big ass flint. No, there's 3 of them in there. That might be a free big ass flint that you could just, you know, roll and tap. It's a soft roll, so you don't spark it. Soft roll, tap, soft roll, tap. Spark, flames up. But me, I also have the entire other lighters that you can put them into. So both kinds. That would be Zippo lighter fluid. It'd be non-pressurized lighter fluid and pressurized butane lighter fluid. And in a Zippo, you can use gasoline, you can use charcoal lighter, you can use kerosene. You can't use vegetable oil, you can't use olive oil, though those can stay burning with a wick if you light it with another flame, but they won't go off a spark. It has to have a higher vapor pressure. Alcohol will do it 90%. Don't do 70. It burns off all the alcohol and you're left with a bunch of water. 91 is actually the ratio where the water goes away at the same rate the alcohol burns. Water vaporizes. So you get a little humidity too. I mean, actually, with alcohol. I mean, that wouldn't really pertain to inside of a lighter, but if you burn a bunch of alcohol, it's 91% alcohol is the cleanest thing to burn. Or a real propane torch. But actually, no, a Mr. Buddy space heater that runs off of propane is the cleanest. A propane space heater. But if you were to just burn a raw fluid next to you in a dish to stay warm, it would be 91% alcohol. Still going to put out CO2 and a little bit of CO if the flame is licking the walls of the container in which it's in. So you really want a very shallow dish. So actually the wider the better. Don't fill up a can with alcohol, a tall one. You want a wide, shallow dish and light that thing. And then there's really no soot to build up on a wall that the flame is hitting. For some reason, that's how it occurs. So minimize the CO. All right. This thing just had a bunch of bacon grease dripped into it. And now boiling water several times. Okay, it's cleaned it. A couple of dog hairs. That's expected. Might just make this coffee and get back on the road. My dad's got to hurry so he can get back to work. He's helping me make sure I get to court in the morning. And I hope the judge gives me a chance to mention how poorly I've been treated during this process, and not just guilty or not guilty on the ticket, because I'm going to apply for dismissal. I'm going to request dismissal based on how unfairly I've been treated in this process. What if I have to? My second option is to go to trial and plead not guilty and cite. Okay. That's what I figured. Okay, my deal was just above half. Now it's at half. I was waiting until I see just the slightest bit of under half. Maybe like 5 more minutes. Okay, I'll stop BSing here. Here's another flint. I would like to get that coffee going. Cool. Whoa, this one's larger. Oh, that's a flint. Whew, 4 long bows. Long boys, strong bows. Got 4 strong bows. And guess what I found when I was walking my dogs? Oh, it does have something on it. Just barely. Sometimes I use it all the way up. Thank you. Just about to harvest this flint too, though. My coffee can heat while I'm driving, so I just get this in and started and get back on the road. I've got rights to this time. Too much unnecessary smoke. But the 100% US grown is so good. Not to be confused with the one that's called US grown. I do the organic and the Perique, but they're all US grown. One of them is named US grown. It's all right. Last time I had it, I'll just say the last time I had it, I didn't think it was as good as these two, but I'm willing to try it again. It could have just been that batch. Stale that smoke shop, maybe let that one expire. It was almost a little fermented or moldy. I was like, huh, what the hell? The fermented is good, proper fermentation. That's what Perique is. It was almost like a mildew mold on the tobacco. I was like, damn, how did the shop allow this to occur? I'm not blaming that company at all. And anyway, American Spirit gets 0 blame for a yellow Indian. Yes, yellow Indian, not red Indian. Smoke shop letting the product expire. Could have marked it down, could have returned it, could have gotten some credit back from the manufacturer, from the vendor, from the distributor. Could have had the sense to tell somebody they know to come buy this before it expires. But I mean, hey, a lot of shops these days don't even really support tobacco that much. They're all about the Chinese plastic antifreeze cousin.
propylene glycol, ethylene glycol. But they put antifreeze cousin propylene glycol in ice cream nowadays too. Or 15 years ago, they were putting antifreeze cousin in ice cream. At our stores. Oh. Okay, water is beginning to heat. I'm going to hit this tea, lightly sweetened tea real quick. Oh, I'm cheating. I'm not British. No, I do have English DNA. That's right. I got to admit it. I do have a little bit of, what is it, colonialist? We've all been colonialists. What the fuck do you think the Somalians are doing in Dearborn, Michigan right now, bitch? Way fucking worse than anything the white man ever did. Anyway, that's how I feel. Call to fucking prayer. You don't force Christians to listen to your Muslim call to prayer, stupid fucking bitch. That's a threat. That's swinging your little fucking Asian dick around. This is big black, white, and red dick country. Hey, gotta include all the Americans. Hey, Mexicans, I'm not. I don't really speak for Mexicans. We fought them in the Alamo too, so. Which of our more recent, because you have to include them like this. Which of our founding fathers who defended the Alamo said, "You all can go to hell. I'm going to Texas." That's founding father mentality. That's where the fuck I'm trying to be too. You all can go to hell. I'm going to Texas. Thomas Jefferson said the tree of liberty is watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants. So that means we also get the chance to take the tyrants down. So if any of you are listening, I wouldn't press your luck too hard. We do get the chance to take the blood of the tyrants as well, or to water the liberty tree.
From deep in the heart of Texas, U.S. resistance against the global corporate combine, empowered and funded by Communist China, allied with the big mega banks that set up Communist China in 1949. The Communist Chinese have taken control of U.S. telecommunications infrastructure. The Communist Chinese have taken control of Hollywood. The Communist Chinese have taken control of the main universities. This is all confirmed. This is not a drill. Big tech in Silicon Valley is almost completely run by the Communist Chinese government. They've essentially become state-run. Apple 100%. Google is now making the transition and announcing a merger and total worldwide censorship. They are now beta testing using me as the straw man, a demonized version of Alex Jones, to do that. This is happening. This is not like the other probes before that were meant to get you used to probes and censorship, thinking you would adapt to censorship by just putting up with it. Now this attack is thousands and thousands and thousands of times the magnitude of all previous attacks. This is a titrated dose of psychological warfare operation using adapt and overcome, subversion, paradigm manipulation. In layman's terms, they are manipulating the fact that we adapt to being oppressed. We adapt to being oppressed with the low dosages of the
I gotta shut that trunk. My trunk's open.
We try to adapt to the poison infusion instead of not knowing it's a lethal dose if we accept the dose. Total Internet of Things, integration, global social score, complete command and control system. It is the virtual reality AI weapon system now attacking the United States with traitors inside the major security agencies, blocking Trump's resistance of the program and attempting to stop us from removing the tentacles of the Chi-Com/Big Tech begging combine emergency situation. I have been chosen for destruction because I brought you this information and have been battering, ramming it out as much as I can. They want to double use me as they always do in any complex system of mathematical destruction where every angle of my good is turned against us. So they take what I've said, being sincere, build me into an insincere person.
In the straw man.
I'm a person that cares about life and children and is against these wars. And so they make me a murderer of children. And then they build me into this lie to then set the distraction while they're actually censoring all of you to make a debate about Alex Jones. So even if I didn't sell out to them, they now use me as an archetype to serve them by being the main distraction. I have now been captured by the enemy in the information warfare fulcrum has been used against break you free from this paradigm. I have given you a transmission. Now break free.
I have sworn on the altar of God, eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. Thomas Jefferson. If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
Shall not want.
People would agree with Thomas Jefferson. Listen to this one. It's such a cool one. God who gave us life gave us liberty. And can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are the gift of God? That they are not to be violated but with his wrath? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just. That his justice cannot sleep forever. I mean, surely these people are going to resonate with that. That's first principles. That means, hey, if you're up here in Minnesota and you're in the Republican Party and you're playing with the pro-choice wing of the Republican Party and you're thinking about supporting a pro-choice
I can smell the coffee.
Republican Party candidate, I don't think Thomas Jefferson would be down with it. I'm just saying, it's kind of a progressive way of thinking about things. But would that person for my digital freedom?
Yeah, it's not much.
I mean, let's get down to what we really got to get down to here now. These executive orders are moving forward, but they're not laws, they're executive orders. That means laws can still be crafted. That makes this technology subordinated to my serenity instead of me being ruled by it. And it's just very simple. We're keeping God at the center of things here, or we're going to replace it with an anti-God. I mean, what are we doing? I mean, who's it up to? It's my free will, after all. I mean, that's what's so cool about this. We get to vote, but they can't pass the same. Sorry. In case you wanted to have a fair vote, for sure, we're going to deny you that feeling.
You can twist in the wind. It just keeps popping up with that storage full. That's fine.
And that twist in the wind. Why would you do that to me? I mean, if you wanted to have community, we all agree. In fact, we do mostly agree. I mean, if you look at the polls, such as they are, they pretty much say everybody, not everybody, but a big majority of Americans are okay with something like the SABO. Who is passing? Here's what. See, I want to work for that. I want people in Minnesota, because that's my line of country, to find me. You can find me on actually podcast. You can find me on YouTube. You can find freepeopleradio.com. And by the way, for everybody out there, if you're enjoying the content, and I know you enjoy Royce because you come back looking for him,
pumping the sewer.
Royce and I got a hit. We're on 5 days a week, every morning, 7 to 9 a.m. Central Standard Time, on Rumble, Find Free People Radio, and we're live streaming. And we're taking call-ins. We're having a great time doing it. So I really want to promote that and let you know that we're going to be on tomorrow morning, 7 to 9 a.m. Central Time, on Rumble. Because that's what we're trying to go to. I mean, a real action community. And we know the income-based community is an action community. But we're in Minnesota, that's our line of country. Royce is running for Senate up here. That's U.S. Senate. We got a movement. We've got tens of thousands of citizens that the establishment, the handlers, the career, 50% of people that really don't know what's going on. Because the party keeps them in the dark and tries to recruit them in. And we got a populace that are organized too. In fact, they're still more organized than we are. But not for long. If you're watching me and you're on the inside track here in the Minnesota Republican Party, you know what? We are Republicans. And as far as our aligned interests are concerned, we can work together. But there's a lot of things we're not going to get along about. So that battle's going to continue in the party. And that's a numbers game. So if you're a patriot and you love this country, and you know that there are people that are selling us out in the parties, because it's very obvious now who these people are. It used to be kind of mysterious. Now everybody gets it. If you really want to make this work, we got to get more people in the party. It's just that simple.
Right. He had his big name. Oh, yeah. I shouldn't do that. This used to be the farming. This is the work release facility. It used to be the prisoners would farm. You could call it slave labor, but it was a bit of a demonstration of what you might be doing if you go around committing crimes. And it's temporary. It's temporary work for people, right? What do you think imprisonment is? I think a little bit of work is better than sitting around all day shanking motherfuckers, right? I think a little bit of labor is much better than shanking. Getting pretty close now. Might not have to stop, but I'll be pulling in hot. We might be able to get all the way there, but I think she'll be pulling in hot. So as soon as I see her go above that half, I'll pull it over. She's still at half. I have no radiator. Oh yeah, and I haven't tried. I haven't even tried pouring a little distilled. Of course I can run a little distilled in there. And it'll just run out, but it'll cool along the way. And if you pour just the tiniest amount enough, it'll all evaporate. No water will even run out the other side, so you won't waste any water. And you're not going to risk cracking the block or anything from cooling too fast if you just put like a little small stream in there. I bet. I hope. I don't know. I just let it cool down fairly gradually. Oh yeah, passing by the cop shop. Whoops. We're not hiding out on side streets though. We gotta get somewhere. That's way too much engine overheating. Stopping and going on side streets. Plus, cops like to use side streets too. Patrolling is going wherever you want, going wherever you think the crime is. That's what patrolling is. It's wandering around. It's wandering around looking for crime. Meanwhile, investigations. I don't know. There's one. See how everything's secure though? That's awesome. I'm glad the phone's even staying right there. That looks like an unmarked. Yeah, just saw a marked and an unmarked. That's naturally aspirated. It's 3 gutted cats. So it's a straight pipe, but it's actually still got all 3 bubbles. You can just gut them. You just pull it, gut it, and put it back up. Cool. No rush, man. Oh shit. Next one. Okay, it's above half. We have to get over here. I just meant to choose the next street. We just did a U-turn for a little horseshoe. Nice to bang Cali over here on Clausen. Ah. Woo. Wow. Gosh, her ass used to bounce around so much. And she ran from my dick. Fuck, I'd like to see her again. I would love to see her again. Not gonna lie. I think I have before. But it was like across the laundromat one time. And then she was like talking to some kid, or maybe it was her kid or something, I don't know. So I was like, yeah, she's busy. And then I thought I saw her at Dylan's one time, but okay. Oh, my engine's about to overheat. I got to pull over. Road closed. Yeah. I'm gonna shut the engine off and coast. We're done. No more driving. I have to pick a curb up here now. Engine's off. Neutrals. It's in neutral. It says no parking anytime right there, but we'll pull up here a little bit. Didn't make it. Plus we have to do a different route. Okay, turns out a road is closed. A road is closed, and oh. Who's that? Yeah, she's into the red. She's not blown past the red. She's just at it. She's not even into the red. She's at it. So perfect. Found a non-busy business to park at the curb of. So not even their property, city property, at a business that isn't even doing anything right now. So yeah, nobody here to complain. And plus my hood's raised. Got my dad parked behind me. This is pretty normal. I don't know. Normal, regular old situation. And yeah, I guess I'd have to keep that one down to get out the door. The sun's kind of weird right now. There's so many clouds. There's so many Bill Gates, DARPA, and CIA clouds that who knows what the fuck is going on. But I started calling them out on their chemtrail Stars of David, and they stopped doing that. And their chemtrail anarchy signs. Like, which one is it, you know? Flat out. Called them out to thousands of fucking people in the Alex Jones Rumble chat. Told them what they did in Wichita, Kansas. Those two. From the top and bottom, flesh is ripped. The beast needs meat. Hey, what's this? Oh, good. So good. I'm just gonna pour out this this bacon juice and blood. Actually, that's funny. Yeah, they're gonna be in his car for a while. It's not worth it. There's no need to pour this out on anything else. They like to lap it up, but nah, it's just some of it's the preservatives they put on it. So I'm just kind of draining this bacon package right here in my drain here. I can show you the drain. The drain in your car, yeah. It's right next to my fireplace. What? Check her on out now. Several cops saw my whole setup too last night. They just said not to drive it because you see how it's actually a flat bed that I can lay down on, but they told me not to drive it. You see. Anyway. We're not necessarily driving, we're towing without a strap in reverse. He's just covering my ass. Ain't no plate scanners getting behind me. You know what I mean? That's all. But here's the thing. God, who gave us life, gave us liberty. And can the liberties of a nation be secure if we have removed their only firm foundation? That is, they are of the gift of God.
and therefore our rights cannot be removed. But with his wrath, I tremble when I realize God is just, and his justice cannot sleep forever. That's Thomas Jefferson. So that's 2 Thomas Jefferson quotes. The tree of liberty is watered with both the blood of patriots and tyrants. Let's get this heat shield put up. But I wonder what my favorite Thomas Jefferson quote is. Maybe I haven't heard it yet, and maybe I'll just think it's more important because, hey, I found it. It's not the 2 or 3 or 4 that everybody talks about. But just a side note, possible tangent. Tangent of a possibility. Now, what's another Thomas Jefferson quote? Yeah, well, so far my favorite is probably Alex's favorite because it's the one he plays all the time. I mean, for good reason. And so it's, I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. Over the mind of man. Thomas Jefferson.
Combine, empowered and funded by Communist China, allied with the big mega banks that set up Communist China in 1949. The Communist Chinese have taken control of U.S. telecommunications infrastructure. The Communist Chinese have taken control of Hollywood. The Communist Chinese have taken control of the main universities. This is all confirmed. This is not a drill. Big tech in Silicon Valley is almost completely run by the Communist Chinese government. They've officially become state-run. Apple, 100%. Google is now making the transition and announcing a merger and total worldwide censorship. They are now beta testing using me as the straw man, a demonized version of Alex Jones, to do that. This is happening. This is not like the other probes before that were meant to get you used to probes and censorship, thinking you would adapt to censorship by just putting up with it. Now this attack is thousands and thousands and thousands of times the magnitude of all previous attacks. This is a titrated dose, reverse psychological warfare operation using adapt and overcome subversion paradigm manipulation. In layman's terms, they are manipulating the fact that we adapt to being oppressed. We adapt to being oppressed at the
Just barely cut it. We're gonna rock with it. We're gonna rock with it. Yeah. Something about making the noise, your ability to perform better. Bruce Lee didn't do it just to try to. And Michael Jackson most likely didn't do it just to sound weird, right? We'll just. Oh, but I have this bacon and haven't really eaten much else. No, I haven't. Yesterday, I didn't eat very much. Yesterday, I think I ate. Oh, I did drink a half gallon of chocolate milk and eat a little yolk. One small container of yogurt. So I did slam a half gallon of chocolate milk yesterday. That's right. Oh, systems to protect you. I'm gonna read you. I'm gonna read you. I want you to know. Huh. I got it. I think I have a solution. Got a better solution for your girl. Just leave with me now, say the word, and we'll go. I'll be your teacher, I'll show you the ropes. You'll see a side of love you've never known. I can see it going down in my head. You'll be screaming more. My head, it's going down. My head. All right, don't sing a faggot song. No, I'm just playing. I don't know anything about Jason Derulo. He just likes to shout himself out all the time. Jason Derulo. Does he just make beats now or something, or what? Is he people's beat maker? Whoa, 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 singing to me, baby, in my head right now. All right, well, anyway, this is bacon, and I'll just leave my dogs in my RV for a few hours. Full wind, full country air blowing. Oh, and I dipped some too there. This is a 100% U.S. grown. Better fucking be. Tobaccoville, North Carolina. Tobaccoville. This one doesn't say 100% U.S. It says 100% organic. Man, have I been lying on accident? It doesn't 100% organic. It doesn't say 100% U.S. grown. What the fuck are they doing to the U.S. grown, man? Stem right there. I like having a stem right there. Boxes, man. How the hell pushed back too? Okay. Don't complain. Don't get someone new. 1 second. Ooh, I swallowed some tobacco with coffee. Yeah. Lost my spray bottle. The Craw Isthmus. Go. Oh, that's not even all the way brewed out. Dang it. Come on now. So weak. Why is it so fucking weak? There you go, bitch. Double RV right there.
We try to adapt to the poison infusion instead of not knowing it's a lethal dose if we accept the dose. Total Internet of Things integration, global social score, complete command and control system. It is the virtual reality AI weapon system now attacking the United States with traitors inside the major security agencies, blocking Trump's resistance of the program and attempting to stop us from removing the tentacles of the Chi-Com/Big Tech Begging Combine emergency situation. I have been chosen for destruction because I brought you this information and have been ramming it out as much as I can. They want to double use me as they always do in any complex system of mathematical deception, where every angle of my good is turned against us. So they take what I've said, being sincere, build me into an insincere person in the straw man. I'm a person that cares about life and children and is against these wars. And so they make me a herder of children. And then they build me into this lie to then set the distraction of they're actually censoring all of you to make a debate about Alex Jones. So even if I didn't sell out to them, they now use me as an archetype to serve them by being the main distraction. I have now been captured by the enemy in the information warfare fulcrum is being used against you. Only your full understanding of this TV will break you free from this paradigm. I have given you the transmission. Now break free.
I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. Thomas Jefferson. If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
This was used for that trippy stuff, that dreams and stuff. Yeah. Shut down. Oh yeah, I should park it on his property, huh?
Yeah, on his property.
Okay. Always was. Sewer smell right there.
Jeez. Where's my spray bottle at? Oh. Huh. Oh, all right. Oh shit! I forgot I was. That's hilarious. I'm gonna walk in there, hold the phone, and tell my homeboy to get on YouTube and check out my channel. Hey, do me a favor real quick, check out my channel. He's gonna see himself. I'm just gonna try to casually hold my phone facing him a little bit. That is so funny. He's gonna get on YouTube and see his ass, see his other ass on there. I can do that to anybody. That's so funny. All right. I just gotta clean myself up a little bit. Don't want to be offensive to anybody. You don't want to be offensive to anybody. In fact, you want to impress everybody. Though different, goals. Same aims, different ends. With different people with whom you're interacting. So if I was going to talk to a chick right now, I'd be trying to get laid.
Because I'm talking about homeboy. See if I can park my car here. Whew. Let's see if I can blow him away with my beard. That's hilarious. Oh my word.
tag right now?
Well, yeah, but like, I mean, I don't know if you can the racist community. Basically, I get I had because I had. I already went to I tried to. They said, no, we can't judge. I have to go in certain papers. But they told me on the phone when I worked with them. So I showed up on time. Right? And then suddenly they said, you're not disabled. The paper version of the same thing you told me. Well, it's over the phone. I was trying to call them to get the Zoom link.
What is like traffic ticket gets that crazy?
Yeah, I literally called to try to get the Zoom link from the judge to the judge. And she tried to spin it as you don't have to work today. You already admitted that people have done it. Yeah, I didn't know anything else. The deputies investigated $1,000, which is 10% of the bill. Get out of it now. I was like, really? Okay. Guarantee me that. It's like, what was that? And they came through. Got the dogs. Stuck in the X-ray scanner. X-ray vision.
What was it for?
The folks make us think about it. As soon as they took my mugshot, they handed me the piece of paper that's with that, with your inmate number. It's like all that belongs to you. Goes to there, and this little piece of paper that has your inmate number, and then it says on there, no bond. So they were trying to hold me. They were trying to prison me until I guess I could see the judge. So that was coercion. I said, you get this. I have a warrant in order for me to get out of the car. And so finally, when I just kept telling my police how about this, it's ridiculous. Yeah, dude. When you look into it, they destroyed 5 given rights. 1, 4, 5, 6.
So you already did the sentence?
You know, like on the 10 Bill of Rights? Yeah. Not even just for the not into the point. 10 God given. Right now, that's what good. That's what they're all taking on. And so anyway, yeah, and so I was in there for about 8 hours. My dad had to pay 2.5 times as much to learn to pay the bond. $250. It's just so ridiculous. And that, again, I said, has to be an in-person hearing. And at this point, if I fight as hard as I can against this, I'll just simplify it. But it could be a possibility that county district attorney, maybe the judge, the 2 attorneys, the 2 deputies who arrested me here, could sheriff's deputies there at the jail. All the ones coming on for the brand new day early in the morning. Like, not very well. Turn that long enough to receive 2 of the lunches they needed in. Until afterwards, I went live and started live streaming, and I made the sandwich, had this stuff. Chem and Fritos.
How's your YouTube doing?
You have fun with it? Okay, I think it's my name right now. James Lee Gillenwater.
James?
Yeah. Lee Gillenwater. Gillenwater. pop up? Is it like an arm wrestling picture? Let me know when you find it.
You look really good without the beard, man.
Without the beard.
Yes. You have to look polished and stuff, you know, when you go to the jobs or when you apply for work, man. You should
Now,
clean it up.
now I do think him up like this and bun it or whatever. Do you think that it's better if I go ahead and tie it up?
Get rid of it, man.
You think I should get rid of it?
Yeah, you look a lot cleaner. You look like you know, you're a clean guy. The judge gotta be like, hey, I'm trying hard, this and that. And especially when you apply for a job, right?
Yeah.
Once you get settled down in the job, it's done, then you can grow your own. But it looks kind of weird like that, man.
I think it does.
Yeah, it looks decent.
Yeah, see, most people don't tell me that, you know, it looks bad, but some people have.
It doesn't look
Some
bad,
people
but
have.
it looks like a little odd, you know. It looks a little, this guy's...
This guy's a little weird, huh?
A little weird, yeah. And the judge will think that everywhere. Look at this, how clean you look in here, man. You look like that, you look like a... Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me see what's going on here. So this is my channel. This is the actual channel. And then home, videos, shorts. Oh wow. Oh no, that's not the one. That's Bigfoot arm wrestling. It's mind muscle mobility. It's mind muscle mobility. That was like a prototype channel I started. Oh, that's interesting. Probably plays right.
So what was the charges, man? Like, did he catch you with some drugs or what?
No, it was no cards.
Or that goes here all this, man?
All that. They trample on half our country's own dog. And like I said, I showed up. I called in when they told me to, which was my birthday. How could I forget it? They told me it was my birthday. It was my birthday. And
that doesn't bring anything, man. Mind muscle mobility.
that's not showing. That's crazy. Okay, videos. It's at Mind Muscle Mobility. So you typed in my name and it didn't bring it up either. It looks like they're suppressing me. I know there was all these other people doing stretches with people as personal trainers. Mind Muscle Potential.
How are you?
Yeah, he's got to get to work.
Yeah, all right, man. Yeah,
But-
if you leave it here, I'll get you a 60-day tag when you come back. You
Okay.
don't even have to pay me.
Okay. Thanks, man. Yeah.
Yeah, just listen up, man.
Really?
That'll, I guarantee you'll help you find a job and
you
when
should
you apply like that.
go ahead and do it for the judge.
Or
too.
just at least just chop it down to, hey man, later on,
because,
it'll always grow back.
Look, this is how quick it is. Let me just tell me how different it looks when I
Tie it up.
yeah.
Yeah, it still looks a little different, man.
But like, what percentage of improvement is it? Because
it looks tied up and stuff, but
I just don't want to do it unless it's for sure. Like all of a sudden my life will improve. I'll get more chicks. I'll get more jobs. The judge will rule in my favor. But like, would this show that I'm at least trying to clean it up yet maintain my own unique style? Let me see. Because you want to be kind of realistic with things. You're a man as well.
it looks cleaner, but it looks like
even
yeah, you're like,
almost kind of gay. Is it a little gay?
You got that going on. You're spending time on that. Just chop it, man. I'm telling you, I'm sure it's not how to chop. Roll the windows up, you will love it. Because there are crawlers at night, so if they see anything,
Yeah.
all right, good luck there, man. I'll get you just text me your license.
Looks like you've been working out. Your arm is pretty. Muscle is popping out.
That I'm like it, man. Chop it up.
Okay. Damn helicopter keeps circling us. I wonder if somebody's snitching me out on my channel. I was live streaming. That's pretty nice. I can probably cut the stream. Might as well cut the stream off. 10 hours, boom.